was off red.
Well, they received the ball near the 22.
Thank you.
Spain kept it for a couple possessions, but as you said, the Australian defense is coming up with power. They're hitting with a lot of force, and it just forces the error. And a quick 2 passes out. Natalie Levi with a little stutter step just to get herself in. Her third of the match. Her and Blythe continuing to go 3 for 3 for each of them.
Yeah, Blythe had a first half hat-trick in New Zealand's matches. Tegan curls that one around. Just went under, though. 22-0. Spain have just been camped in this half for the majority of this first spell. Aguirre trying to get a bit of go forward look for the offload, but the ball spills clear, loose in the carry, and they hand more possession back to Australia.
The ball's available, you played it.
Do you get in ruts against a team? Spain have lost 12 in a row to Australia. Haven't scored any points the last couple of matches. It's heading the same way at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Australia are such a strong team. They know how to play these games, and they know how to play against the different oppositions. Spain's getting a little bit frustrated right now. They just need to settle into this. There's still a whole half.
Australia might fancy themselves one more here before the break. Scooting around, Dom Dutoy bringing plenty of energy off the bench late in the half for Australia. Ashby for Kaslik. Tegan Levi switching the point of attack.
In the tackle, advantage scrum.
It's come off a Spanish handle body, but in the tackle, so...
Advantage over.
And Australia just playing with real pace here in everything they do. And now Tegan Levi bumps off one, uses her power this time, and joins her sister on the score sheet, Tegan Levi.
Yeah, just matching her sister. She said, I can do it too. Puts the Spanish defender on the ground. Just the power that she's able to run with, and then she has a clean line to the try zone.
Well, Coach Tim Walsh says she's done her apprenticeship, Tegan Levi, and is now a key part of this team. And she's had an instrumental say in this first half. It's Australia leading Spain 27 points to 0. Well, as Australia get into their huddle, and Charlotte Kaslik marking her 250th game, we've got a sneak peek at how the Aussie team marked a special milestone.
10 years.
(27-0) Australia leading Spain, and the Aussie fans who've come in. Yep, there's a thumbs up, 100%. Lily Dick, player of the final in Australia's win in Langford last year, onto the field.
Okay, you ready?
Oh, Lefaufakusali, she was the one who read that kick-off nicely, brought it down, had a good first half. Here's Dick running hard on a crash ball and got the arms free to wrap around for Kaslik. Look at them just full flight at the moment. Australia, poetry in motion off the kick-off And Maddie Levi's going in for 4.
It is beautiful and textbook rugby off the kickoff. Maddie Levi for her 4th of the game. Charlotte Caslick always at the center of these plays. Lily Dick takes a big line and then back to Charlotte. She's in a great position if Lily goes into contact there too, which is a big point. And then once again, Maddie Levi knows what to do with the ball on the outside.
Detroit converts, and Australia just picked up where they left off. And make about the first mistake of the match with that restart.
Spain are going to look to try and keep possession here. They haven't had a lot of ball. It's really hard to compete against a team like Australia without the ball in hand.
Come to Brana for Dominguez Sanchez. Gets rid of one defender, can't get through Caslick though. And now a little bit of room for Raquel Garcia. It closed fairly quickly. Squeezes it back and they'll get the penalty. So away goes Bruna Elias. Looks for the debutant Tekla Masoko, but looks to go back up through the middle, and Dominguez Sanchez. This is better from Spain, much more promising, and they want the ball in that woman's hands. Maria Garcia.
Good release.
She's the danger.
Tackle.
Haven't seen her as much as yet. Dominguez Sanchez working hard. Just holding on was Elias. There's Garcia again. No chance to get any footwork on there. Olivia Fresnader, 26 tournaments, the most experienced in the Spanish side. Building. Not making a whole lot of ground though, as Calvo's dumped into the ground and then just got her timing wrong, Maddie Ashby, to concede the penalty.
Offside.
Away goes Spain again, catching Australia offside as Calvo. Better from Spain, much better from Spain, almost up the middle. Just hanging on was Detroit, and then they knock it on, forcing the ball. And the error comes.
Oh no.
Time off for substitutions, please.
They held it for so many possessions. They were getting so close. The fatigue starting to build in, perhaps. It's a great battle on the ground, trying everything, but just the little knock on.
Okay, let's go.
Soraya Paki, Faith Nathan, Maddie Ashby getting a breather for Australia.
Thank you. Okay, you ready? Let's go. Yeah, just that. Time on. Crouch.
Young Australian team with an average age of about 21. Bringing some fresh blood in.
Set.
The likes of Bella Nasser, Faith Manera getting a run this weekend. Tia Hines as well. She likes a little kick ahead, chasing for Bientarita. Chasing herself, in fact, Hines, and is going to stab this ahead. It might sit up for a perfectly. Foot race coming in, and it's good toe from Ingrid Elgar. If she can tidy up in the end, did well, Elgar.
22, kicked in by
It's a fantastic
Australia,
race.
grounded by red.
She worked so hard to chase that back. And they're going to go again down the other way.
Oh, it's going to give Australia the ball back on halfway, right in Caslick's hands, and that is danger, danger, danger. Charlotte Caslick, bread and butter for her. Brilliant solo effort.
Charlotte will take those opportunities any day of the week. You got to look at the options. Spain's just chased back 80 meters. They are tired. The team is tired. Maybe you look to slow it down on that 22. Give your team maybe a chance to take a breath. Look at the opportunities, giving it to Charlotte in open space. And maybe not your best option there.
Maybe not. I think her eyes might have lit up there, Caslick, when she saw that ball hit halfway and a broken defensive line. As Hines converts and Australia make it 41-0. having a breather. Hines puts it on a dime for Levi to chase. Just got caught in a tangle of bodies. It's interesting just with Caslick too. We talk about 250 games. She plays massive minutes at every match, right? You very rarely see her come to the bench.
I was just thinking that as they showed the players sitting on the bench. Charlotte just going for another run and then walking back to do it again. She's such an important part of this team. Obviously her skill, but as a leader now, she's one of the older players of this very young team, and they look to her for so much.
I love that she's one of the aunties, and she's 27. Here's Tia Hines. Switches the play back, but it bounces kindly into Spanish hands this time. A chance for them to fan out and get their own attack going. Coming back is Cantabrana. Almost squeezing here. The ball was there to be popped, and support play was good from Freshneda. Driven into the ground.
Entry.
And so I'm not sure if Lily Dick was onside there, and wasn't. Spain tap and go quickly. Calvo through the hands they go for Elgar, trying to bring the newcomer in at Tekla Masoko, the 22-year-old on debut. Gets rid of one tackler, throws a nice little offload too.
Backwards.
Finally starting to stick for Spain. Masoko. Little juggle from Calvo. And here's Segata.
It's still in front of number 15's feet offside.
Elgar, Spain pressing, looking for some points. They haven't scored against Australia in their last two matches.
Release.
Elgar again has been busy. So it comes together with Hines. Again now, this time finally up the middle. Raquel Garcia just short. Great tackle from Nasser, and then stolen by Levi. Got to take your opportunities when they come against Australia, because Tarita might be able to break out here. She's a powerhouse BN. Tarita just tipped up. Tackle needed to be made by Cantabrana. Danger not over here. Australia will go 80 to finish if they have to. Caslick inside for Lily Dick. Have Spain got the will to chase this one? They don't. So Lily Dick, who does a lot of the tough stuff in the middle, will stroll one in to finish off a clinical performance from Australia.
Well, it's a ruthless finish from Australia. Spain were 2 feet away from their own try to end this one, but Lily Dick puts the final touches on this one for Australia.
Well, 4 tries to Maddie Levi. A few others shared around. Dominant day one from Australia. Job done for the defending champions in Canada. And it is Australia who take it 48 points to 0. Continue on in this pool. Another team who impressed in their opening match, France, taking on Japan, who've been really big improvers the last few tournaments. Back-to-back quarterfinals in Hamilton and Sydney. Great for Japan, and of course they did beat France in Hamilton. This is an interesting French side though, to see the likes of Caroline Jouin coming back from 15s, Chloe Jacquet, Joanna Grise. They're bringing some real talent back from the 15s program to clearly prepare for Paris 2024.
Absolutely, and I think they've really been missing that experience. France historically has been such a strong team and haven't really been on form this season so far. They'll be looking to make an impact this weekend.
There is Caroline Jouin. Of course, in that group, I forget Jade Ulatili, who was the captain of the side last year. Also believe Emily Boulard, their great fullback from the World Cup, the 15s World Cup, is also training in with 7s. We may see her in the series at some point. But Japan will know that they can beat this French team. Caroline Jouin of France gets us underway in this Pool B match. France and Japan, and Ulutule tries to rip that one away. Just falls into the hands of Michio Suda. Hirano slings it across the line. They've got some real game breakers, the Japanese, Hirano being one of them. And Wakabahara as well, who got ball and Glacino at the same time, which is not a whole lot of fun. Japan will build from the middle here. Happy to go from deep and keep the ball in hand. Kajiki earns a penalty.
Roll away.
Here's their speedster, Wakabahara. Hirano. There's Japan switch and build, and almost through. It was Juan who made a good tackle, needed to be made as Hirano clears again for Hara. Now looking to accelerate through that gap was May Otani. France's defence spot on at the moment.
Step.
Now away goes Saigusa, and then ball back in field for Suda. Japan up towards halfway. It's gut-busting for both teams. Has Glacino pinched this back? She has. What a steal from Kami Glacino.
Holding.
Ulutuli taps, goes, trying to catch Japan on the hop. Hara just brings her down, but she's carved off 20 metres. Here's Jade Ulutuli. Chloe Pell. France's all-time leading appearances, and here's Jacquet. So impressive. Chloe Jacquet driving, just short of the line and somehow stayed in field. Time for Pell to clear. Carla Neeson, the captain. It's a long opening passage of play. Neeson almost there, and Drouin will crash over. A welcome back to the Sevens field for Caroline Jouin.
It's a well-worked try. They had to put a lot of effort into that because of the defense that Japan was throwing at them.
There, yeah?
The key leaders of this team, look at her hold her feet, look at the power to stay in field.
Yeah, time off. Are you ready?
Another effort, and then
time on.
Duran will finish it from there, 1 meter out. Long reach.
First Sevens tournaments in Sydney 2020 for Caroline Jouin, at least on the World Series. She has, of course, played the Olympics in that silver medal winning team. Third for France at the recent 15s World Cup. Kickoff is taken down by Otani for Japan. Did a lot of hard work. Did no reward, in fact got punished. Hirano. Otani. Good footwork again from Michio Suda, and then the offload straight up the middle, May Otani, and it's got clear grass ahead. Brilliant breakout from Japan, and they hit back straight away through May Otani.
I absolutely love the flair that Japan has added to their game. Look at the smile. She is so happy about that. That's a 70-meter run. Japan staying in it, working really hard. It's a beautiful offload. And no one in the backfield, because France has opted to go 7 across in defense. She had a big run to finish that, but no one was going to catch her.
A real worker for them in the middle, May Otani. Just her third try on the World Series. Japan right back into it, all square, 7-all. Jouin goes back to regather the ball from kickoff as Neeson. And now Ulutuli and Glacino. There's a lot of experience between those names. Jouin for Jacquet. A little bit of open space here for Chloe Jacquet. Goes early for Okemba, who's a wonderful athlete with a great change of direction and a fabulous offload for Jouin. And I think Jacquet may be away. Manipulating the space did France. And Chloe Jacquet will score under the posts.
And France snap back right away. Look at the Bosch and the offload. They do. They have the Japanese defender scrambling a little bit, so by the time Jacquet gets it, she's just got to run in space. You love it as a winger when you get the ball and there's nobody in front of you. All the work was done through the middle.
She's super impressive, Chloe Jacquet. This is only her third World Series tournament, but she played at the Olympics in Tokyo and was one of the standout performers in that silver medal winning team. Has been in the 15s and now back with France Sevens.
It's back off Japan, France ball. Ball's still live.
France throw the line out off the kickoff, so more possession and territory here as Pell goes big and wide for Jacquet, who just holds on. Joan for Grassino. And now Okemba. Again, chopping back in field, and that swerve and step of Okemba, then jumps out of one tackle, able to get away for Jacquet. Now Nesson, this blue wave pours forward. Pell out on the edge with a big wide cutout ball. Chloe Pell tipped up, and a good tackle by Hirano. Nesson for Joan as Hara snapping around the ankles. Good defense here from Japan. That's gone backwards for Jacquet. But they've scrambled well and now got reformed once more. Okemba, I was going to say, it's been really dangerous and then lost her footing, unfortunately.
Taps it back there.
Japan offside, and on, it's clever. That's just years of experience from Jade Latili. Tap, ran, went, scored.
Yeah, she caught the Japanese defender not ready. Okemba, she's making the defenders work. She's stepping 1, 2, 3 Japanese defenders to move the ball. And she's tapped the ball well behind the mark, but that is completely legal. And that might have been in some extra confusion for the Japanese team.
Conversion from Joan is good as well. So France restore a handy lead, and they're up 21-7 over Japan at halftime. We can go and get some reaction from the previous match. Maddie Levi, 4 tries. Tegan Levi, 1. Let's hear from both of them.
Well, firstly, a unique situation, a couple of sisters, the opportunity to play together at the elite level.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty unique experience. I guess we've grown up playing footy together, so to actually showcase, and I think it's a slight advantage. I've got to play with her for 10 years, so it makes it worthwhile on there when we're playing together.
Yeah, and Tegan, given how many tries Madison has scored so far, and of course you play in the middle, she plays on the edge, so you're a huge contribution to that.
Yeah, I think Maddie does most of the work, but in the middle, we have to get the ball out to her, but her speed is one of a kind, and I think it's one of the best in the World Series, and she's unstoppable out there, so I'm excited to see what the future holds for her.
And for Australia, form good coming into this tournament.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, we didn't get the result we wanted in Sydney, so we've gone back and worked out what we're good at and focused on where we're getting pinned a little bit and where we're coming unstuck. So I think we're really keeping composed out there, doing what we're good at, and we've still got a lot to build on.
Congratulations to both of you. All the best for the future.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Pair of Levi's, as Coach Tim Walsh describes them, tough, physical, mental competitors with massive work ethic, and that is showing on the scoreboard for Australia. France leading this Pool B match, 21 points to 7 against Japan. Japan had it all square at 7-all, and as always, you'll find Japanese supporters Michio Suda gets us back underway. That might fall in Japanese hands. It does for the captain, Hirano. Good chance here for Japan straight after half-time.
Backwards!
Left behind. Tidied up by Suda. Yes. Kajiki just takes her time to decide the options. And then brushes off a tackle on that return ball. Aaron Kajiki. Nice little bit of footwork again from Sagusa. Kajiki in the middle, just driven back in the tackle by Jadu Latuli.
Step it, step. Use it!
They're patient, Japan. Hirano.
Play on!
Nissen and Suda come together. Slow progress for Japan, Mizutani, and they're still able to dig it away though. And now have some space, and Pell having to backtrack here in defence. Want to get it into the hands of this woman, Wakavahara, who's got plenty of speed. Gets a good tackle though from Pell, and then coming back over the top, Joanne on the supporting player. Great defensive work from France. Grassino tipped up just. Ball spills out.
Just lost forward trying to get the ball.
Japanese hand.
Scrum.
End to end.
What a phase of play. Pell, the leader,
Time
the
off, please.
experience.
5.
And look, she's tracking back. She had a 2v1. She does really well to track her down.
Okay, thank you.
And then she's right back into it and gets her hands on that ball for France.
And that's 43 World Series tournaments worth of experience from Chloe Pell. France were runners-up in Sydney.
Time on.
Looking to win back-to-back medals. It was their first podium finish of
Crouch.
the season.
Bind. Set.
Ulatuli out for Nissen. Kimber. Ulatuli again. Gee, she's been lively. Jad Ulatuli, Grassino. Along the hands they go for Yen Jason. And Lily Dezu out there too. So some fresh legs for David Cortex. It's a lovely ball from Jason to Lily Dezu, just onto the field. Impact off the bench for France. And they streak further ahead.
And it goes back to that scrum. Okemba off the edge again. She's drawing in so many defenders that when they bring the ball back to the other side, they've got room to work with, and the defenders are scrambling a little bit. It's a beautiful offload in the tackle. And Dezu, once again, has open field in front of her because of the work that her teammates have done on the midfield to set her up nicely for that try.
In complete control now.
Well,
18-year-old Lily Dezu.
Andrew, we good to...
It's another 28 points to 7.
Time on. Fine play on.
Wrestle on the ground is good. Jason through the hands. Here's Yengo, who does well to evade the oncoming defense of Nakamura, who comes over the top eventually. Chihiro Nakamura, the number 1 for Japan. Juan. Wrap around from Ulatuli. They've got lots of options. France is a big contact from Ian Jason and Juan. Up the middle, body splayed everywhere at the moment. Dezu tidies up. Ian Jason, who just put on that massive shot. Noel able to clear it away for Okemba. Little bit of a hitch kick with some very long legs, a hit and spin. It's beautiful sevens rugby from France. Seraphine Okemba.
Well, that phase had it all. Okemba, she set up so many tries from the outside of the field. Look at the Bosch. She almost set me off my feet with that one. Oh, the technique. And she's still running. And then Okemba with miles of space, but she makes it look fancy. 2 steps, a spin move. Dancing through the defenders. Beautiful by Okemba. And France is well and truly away with this one.
I don't know if they have Dancing with the Stars in France, but that's a beauty for Seraphine Okemba to bring up her 50th try for France. The 6th French woman to do so. And did she do it in style? Joanna Grisey onto the field as well now for the French. So the likes of Jacquet, Okemba, Powell all get a rest. And then they roll out Grisey and Noel. Lots of endeavour from Japan in this one, but too much quality at the moment. So Japan now with the kick ahead, just as the advantage was called. So they'll go back and play that penalty.
You and you, never onside.
You and you.
Time off, please.
France defenders will pass that on to somebody else by the likes of it.
Yeah, it was definitely you.
Time on.
So Chiharu Nakamura, the veteran of the Japan team, number 1, is to fetch the ball, and missing touches. Grisey tries to dance her way down the sideline, couldn't stay in, so Japan will get the throw to the line out.
Hang on, hold on.
There's a lot of dancing happening out there today. She tries so hard.
I like how she's carried on, though, just in the hope that nobody saw it.
One can wish.
Nagata and now crashing up in the middle, some big contact. Again, Hana Nagata, here's Nakamura. French just ravenous over that ball, can't get hands on it. That's a nice short ball, though, for Suda. Ball squeezes through the breadbasket right on halfway, and they just had some glimpses, haven't they, Japan, but been out-muscled a wee bit.
Yeah, France in this game has been too good and too strong, but I like the flair that they've added to their game. They're coming on these short lines really hard. They're also looking for other options with the kick in behind we just saw.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
France 33-14 winners over Spain in their first match today, and another good performance here. A team that's hitting form at the right stage of the season. Grisey. Back for Juin. Noel and Jason shovels it along the line for Desu. She's got one off the bench, and she might be in for a second here, Lily Desu. Japan's defenders will chase in vain. Coming across right at the end was Hara, but Lily Desu will get a second on full time to complete an impressive performance for France.
Well, the clock was off and they had the ball in hand, but these are the little statements the top teams are making. They want to go for the extra points. They know that points matter. They also know that the experience matters for these young players. And Desu goes in for her second.
Lily Desu is one of these exciting talents that France have brought through this season. They've had a lot of debutants, she being one of them. And impressing in a team that has some great veteran experience now. It's been all France by and large. They win it over Japan in Pool B, 40 points to 7. And on a day of milestones, another one's come up for Serafino Kemba, her 50th try, and she's sidelined with Gareth Rees.
Yes, thank you, Ricky. First of all, a good job from your team. 2 wins from day 1 here in Vancouver.
Yes, great day for us. We managed to play our game, but the opposition was really strong, so it was a great first day.
And you've just discovered, I don't think you were aware of it, but you've just scored your 50th try in the French jersey. How does that feel?
Well, I feel great, but I don't count the score. I just, I look the game game after game, and I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
Well, congratulations, félicitations, merci.
Merci beaucoup.
Serafino Kemba etches her name in the French record books, the 6th French woman to 50 tries as they sit second on the log, just on points difference to Australia, 2 wins each for those teams. Time to swing back over into Pool A, where one of the top seeds will be in action. Coming up, New Zealand and Great Britain sitting with 1 win apiece too. So plenty to play for Fiji and our invitational team, Colombia. We will hand over for this one, Abby Costidis and Ken Laban.
Thank you, Ricky. Swanell, Fiji loses to Great Britain. Colombia loses to New Zealand. That'd be a chance for them to restart.
The beauty of sevens, they get to go again in the same day. They'll have flushed that loss early on. Two stunning lineups here. Fiji versus Colombia. Fiji with a lot of experience compared to our invitational side here. Fiji will be the favorites coming into it.
5th in Dubai, 8th in Hamilton, and 6th in Sydney. Fiji, they are in 6th equal position coming into the Vancouver Sevens 2023 on 36 points. And Colombia, well, what an opportunity this is for our game and for the country of Colombia to be represented. Congratulations to all those involved with the work behind the scenes to get the team here, get them to competitive, and put them on the world stage against world-class opposition.
Such an opportunity here for Colombia to come out at Canada Sevens here in BC Place to come up against some of the best, that is Fijiana. We saw an epic battle early on between Fiji and Great Britain. They'll want to improve on that performance. For Fijiana, look out for that dynamic duo, Uluni Sao and Nayamasi. They were incredible.
The Fiji supporters, Nissan Bolivar Naka, wherever you are.
Fiji
either
ready?
at home in Fiji or around the world, they are here. And as usual, in one voice with plenty of colour. And provided a great atmosphere. There's Colombia. Uvale gets play underway, and Fiji from inside their own 22. Shift immediately to the left edge. Then the offload and the tackle. And some strong running on that left side, and now they're away. Fiji able to keep the ball alive. Namase.
Back-to-back for Fijiana and back-to-back for that woman right there, Uluni Sao. She is ever present on the pitch. She's the one who got that turnover. It was a big tackle from her teammate. She's over that ball, and then it's the footwork and the speed. She truly has it all as she's in for a double.
Both tries under the post as well. Ulu Nisao with a brace. And onto it straight away. Delano out. Three tries. Quick as you like.
3 tries in just as many minutes. It is all Fiji. Colombia just unable to hold on to that restart. but it was Bulecki, the incredible athlete, gets up into the air, gets that ball back for Fiji, and they are in for their third try.
Delawal, all 3 tries under or close to the post, all converted. Colombia, no field position at all. They've had reasonable amount of possession, but Fiji, there's a chance now for Colombia off the tap. Away from the first defender, then they Scherf there. Bunched in the middle, the offload and the tackle was a good one. This is good stuff from Colombia. Open up Fiji in the middle, then the offload and the tackle. Another offload. 3 offloads. And now Diosa. Well, there's something to enjoy about Colombia. Hopefully we can give them more opportunities to play. They're not intimidated in traffic, that's for sure. A little bit of ball. And some go forward as well. Azuanga. And they've got a penalty as well with very good field position.
Here.
Colombia inside the 5 for the first time. It's a slow recycle. They got numbers out on the left edge. And a popular try. For Colombia, you heard the crowd. There is as many Fijian supporters cheering as there are others as well.
Colombia with their first try. The continuity they are showing here. Going into contact, absolutely ruthless. She sees the Fijian defender shoot up, and she's over the line, Manzada. She does so well. You see the jubilation, how much it means for their team, for their country, the pride that they're representing out there.
Yeah, the offload on the ground from Angelina, from Daniela Moncada, and then the try scorer, Angelina Moncada, their first try at the tournament. Now they go long on the restart.
Backward.
Fiji. 3 long balls, and they're on the edge. Found some space. A one-on-one. Good tackle. Nice offload. And the power running of the Fiji. Just too good. And Nyamasi is under the post.
What I love about this Fiji team is they do not get down. They get scored upon, and they take that ball back in their hands. They pin their ears back. What a striking run down this touchline, but beautiful defense from Colombia. And then Nyamasi with the support, with the leg drive. She fights through that tackle and cruises in under the post to answer back immediately for Fiji.
What a player she has been and still is, Ana Maria Nyamasi, reaching a milestone of her own. Yep. Went 9.5, not quite 10.
Restarts being an issue for both sides so far. Really need to get that kick 10, otherwise just gifting that ball back to the opposition.
Colombia. The first phase, they pick up 8 metres, then a penalty. Now they get over the 10 and advance. Oh, what a shame they concede the penalty. Fiji will have one last look on the edge. A left foot step from Mangasal. And the ball's gone forward.
They'll keep playing as if the whistle was not called. We love the determination. However, ball goes forward. A little bit of flair from Fiji, however, deemed forward by the referee, and that's us at halftime.
4 converted tries. 28 points to 7. Fiji lead Colombia at halftime. New Zealand and Great Britain up next, 13 minutes away. They look pretty good, New Zealand.
Both those teams will be battling out with coming off that victory early on. Whoever wins that will be at the top of the pool going into the last round of pool matches tomorrow. Few shots of the Fijian fans out there in the crowd. Always that light blue waving in the crowd.
Ready? Thank you.
Welcome back. 28-7 Fiji.
Fiji ready?
Over Colombia, second half. To get underway, and Fiji are not going to make the 10.
Not 10.
So Colombia will start on halfway with a free kick.
Error to start off the second half. We saw a few of those in the first half. Fiji need to minimize those errors, maintain that ball.
A change of direction off the first carry from Colombia. Make themselves 15 metres going forward, and then another offload back on the inside. I like the way that Colombia really work hard to keep the ball alive. There's another offload as they come out towards the middle. Strong defence from Fiji.
Not rolling.
Colombia, 25 metres out. They're going to chance their arm on the outside. But Fiji, yeah, they make the tackle. Another penalty for Colombia. So now they've got some momentum. A little right foot step, and they're going to get their second try. And it's a good one, Colombia. Diosa.
Diosa with the second try for Colombia. Second on the day here for this team. It's the quick tap, the awareness, and then the right foot step. She backs herself with the dive into the try zone. A little celebration. Bringing her team right back into this one.
Conversion's no good, so 28 points to 12.
The countdown is not running, so be as quick as possible, okay?
Look at Colombia. Carries and passes. They've had plenty of position and plenty of opportunity. Just don't possess the finishing power that Fiji have. On your first, through the middle, then a offload, that's intercepted. They're going to get their third try, Colombia, under the post. They're well and truly in this contest now, Colombia.
What a comeback that is brewing from this Colombia side. Impressive work flooding those passing lanes. They know Fijiana love an offload, and she gets right in between the two attackers. Brilliant work on defense there, just 22 meters out, and it is Martinez getting the third try for Colombia. We have ourselves a match.
The game finished because the watch is not working. Thank you.
The celebrations from the team as well. With the kick, the conversion is good. Restart to come, 28 points to 19.
Oh, 3.5 minutes is a very long time in sevens. To state the obvious, Fiji will want to be the next team that scores. So they first start with a left edge play, and then back on the inside they find some space. And from 74 metres out, Fiji go the length.
Bilecki, we saw her soaring high on the restarts earlier. Now she soars down the pitch to pull Fiji ahead even further. You can never count out this Fijiana side. It's simple rugby. It's a simple left foot step, but then that rangy stride. She's so quick, so powerful. She cruises down and pulls Fiji ahead.
For the kickoff, okay?
I think I might have denied Bilecki 6 metres. He ran 80 metres for that. Great job. 35, 19, 2.5. Now Colombia need to make a play. But what confidence, regardless of the result, they're going to get out of this performance. Colombia, they now know that they can score. They'll have confidence that they can compete.
Thank you. Knock on the tackle.
Little knock on in the tackle, deemed the referee by the Fijiana player. It will be Colombia's scrum. I'd love to see them get the ball a little wider, spread it out, move Fijiana around. Right now they're playing very condensed, making it easy for Fiji to defend them.
Bang!
Colombia, firstly with a defensive assignment.
Ball's out.
Ball was out, so play on. Now they recycle. A little show, another offload and the tackle, Colombia. Here they come. Down the left edge, Colombia. What a play. From a scrum going backwards, a spectacular finish.
Time off.
What a play, what a finish. Colombia.
Do we have a try-saving effort? Nyamasi comes all the way down across the pitch, but it is good. That is a try.
I have a decision for you. You may award the try.
Thank you.
Well, we talk about giving teams and giving groups an opportunity to compete. That's what we've done with Colombia, and what a show they put on.
Garcia with the try. Colombia, what an impressive performance against the bronze medalists at the last Olympics.
You got some pace, Garcia. It's not an easy finish, that one. And the big Fijian athletes coming across and cover. Moro inside their own 22 with a big left-hand fend. Goro, what power, what pace, and what finishing class she possesses.
What a finish from Fiji. Colombia playing that 7-up style defense. It can be very rewarding, but it's so risky. One missed tackle, and she moves down the entire pitch. Lovely bit of footwork, a left fend, and she has the pace. There's no defender in the backfield. She won't be stopped.
So they gave a wonderful account of themselves, Colombia, in the end. Fiji, the conversion successful. too strong and too good, but Colombia most certainly had their opportunities. And Gareth Rees is downstairs with a post-match reaction.
Yeah, I've got the Fijian captain. First of all, Lucila, any message back to your big fans back on the island?
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the Almighty Lord for today. Just a message back at home. Thank you very much for your support. We hope that we will continue our support for the Fijian girls.
And your team has been here in Canada before, but never in the big dome, in the big stadium. How does it feel out there?
Yeah, first of all, it was the biggest challenge for us coming here. The weather here in Vancouver, and especially coming to this ground. Most of the girls are new to this kind of stadium. That wasn't an excuse for us, but yeah, we're here for rugby, and that's what we're just doing for the next 2 days ahead of us.
Just got to ask you quickly, how did you like the snow this week in Vancouver?
Most of the girls was their first time to see the snow. They were very happy, exciting, but we're here for rugby, and that's the thing we're here for.
Good luck for the rest of the weekend. Thank you.
Thank you. Naka.
Naka Vakalevu to Lucila Nangasau, the captain of Fiji. Very, very close game against Great Britain, but they showed their class against Colombia, Fiji, so they go to 1-1 on the table from their 2 games. New Zealand and Great Britain are standing by.
New Zealand, Great Britain. What a match we have ahead of ourselves. New Zealand not truly tested in their first match, so this will be their first one coming into this game against a strong Great Britain side who went toe-to-toe with Fijiana early on. Meg Jones with that game-winning conversion.
6th in Cape Town, 7th in Dubai, 5th in Hamilton, and 7th in Sydney. Great Britain, they come in ranked 7th on 36 points. And New Zealand, 3 golds and a silver from their 4 tournaments. Commanding 78 points at the top of the table. So first place 7th. And what we anticipate will be a quality game of rugby.
2 incredible lineups we just saw on the screen. The likes of Blythe, you have Portia Woodman on the bench, and then on that Great Britain side, the co-captains Abby Brown and Meg Jones, and the electrifying Jasmine Joyce. What a battle of wingers we have up ahead. Blythe versus Joyce.
Kiwi supporters in the crowd, the legendary Sarah Healy leading the team out, Abby Brown, Megan Jones, the co-captains of Great Britain. Some of the superstar players of our game are on show in this match.
One final huddle for each of these teams before kickoff. Just getting it right, finding that present moment, connecting with their teammates as they kick off this second round of pool matches. New Zealand being ranked #1, they'll be the favorites. However, Great Britain will be up for this. Everyone always puts up their best show going up against the best.
Well, Stacey Waka, the best retriever of kick restarts in the game. She will be the go-to on the right side. Taylor, Nathan Wall, and the ball backwards off Great Britain.
Yep.
Georgia Miller.
Then it's over.
Kaka. Nathan Wall for Michaela Blythe. Left foot step, 3 of them. Support on the inside from Kaka. Miller and Sarah Hirini with the last touch of the ball. Stacey Waka for the back fans. Is it on the right edge?
And that is just class from the Black Ferns. It went edge to edge. Waka competing in the air, making it messy from the start. And anyone against that woman, Blythe, knows that left foot step well. She goes in and out of 3 or 4 Great Britain defenders, and then simple hands, but so skillful to move that ball across the pitch, and Waka is in for 5.
World Cup success at 7s and 15s for Stacey Waka. And Nathan Wong. The kick's not going to find the 10-metre line. So Great Britain, their first use of the ball after 5.5. Will be a free kick on halfway.
Scrum.
Looking to slow things down, run a set-piece move. Meg Jones out there leading the charge. She'll line up right in the back of the scrum, looking to stack that position. And then you have Rona Lloyd down at the bottom of your screen. She has some serious pace.
Fine. Scrum, scrum, scrum. Set.
Joyce.
That's not straight.
And Megan Jones to the line, and they're trying to free up an opportunity on the right edge. Nicely done by Ewan. Perfectly executed by Great Britain.
Great Britain with the ball for only 30 seconds, and they are already on the scoreboard. Center scrum, you see Meg Jones, and then Uren just creeping right behind her. Great bit of skill work, ball in 2 hands. Blythe goes out to defend Lloyd, and Uren sees her slide off, and she is in for 5 points, bringing that to an even match.
Great job from Megan Jones. Offloaded the ball, stayed in support, forcing the defence to go around her. The conversion is on point. And Great Britain, 7-5 they lead after 4. Waka. Brazier. Nathan Wong from a standing start. The late inside ball. Lovely little wrap around. They've opened them up in the middle. They got support players coming. Georgia Miller. Kaka stays with it. Miller with a little show and go. And this young, talented athlete gets the job done for the Black Ferns.
Georgia Miller has been the talk of the town this entire series. The confidence this young woman has to come into this team is truly impressive. Sheree Kaka, right from the start, we know she has electric feet. Georgia Miller sets it up initially, and then the support. And what I love here is she absolutely backs herself. She has Kaka there, but she does not need her, and she is in to pull New Zealand ahead.
And conversion, 2 tries to 1. He's a tough, uncompromising kid. Georgia Miller, he's been a joy to watch. Over the last couple of years, we've seen her at schoolgirl level back in New Zealand. And now she's walking the walk on the world stage as Waka gets the ball back, Hirini with a netball pass over the top. Now Nathan Wong is looking on the outside, but we know she's got Michaela Blythe on the outside.
Get on.
Kaka. Now they shift. Miller takes the tackle. Black Ferns need a halfback. Brazier, first receiver. Kaka away from the first defender. Draw and pass on the second. No, show and go. Great offload, and the captain, fantastic, Sarah Hirini under the post.
Hirini always grafting in the middle of the pitch for this Black Fern side, and she is the one getting it done this time. But Waka in the air. How incredible. Georgia Miller on her toes, gets the ball out, and then again, Sheree Kaka right in the mix. Hirini with a beautiful line. No one in the backfield. And the Black Ferns getting it done again.
The conversion. She's one of the most admired figures, not only in our game, but in sport around the world. Back in New Zealand, is a winner of the Cal Tremaine Player of the Year. She got the Hellberg Award for leadership in 2022 and has got gold medals in 7s, 15s, and at the Olympic level. Sarah Hedini.
Not fun. Let's go, come on. Extra's here.
Error there off the restart. Just takes her eyes off that ball for a second, and a huge attacking opportunity here for the Black Ferns. What's so impressive with me is how well all of these women can see the pitch. They spot the gaps and they execute.
Brazier runs across for Kaka. He goes back down the right side of dummy, through the line, and running at the defence with the ball in 2 hands, Sheree Kaka. Too smart for the defence, great individual try.
Sheree Kaka getting the try in herself. Brazier always in the mix. The left foot step, the options every which way. She has runners available. You see the defenders throw their arms up in confusion, but Kaka reads it so well, and she cruises in over the whitewash.
Well, throwing a dummy to Sarah Hedini. Always make the defence think twice. That's exactly what they did, and she coasted through. Kaka, what form she has been in 2023, and a deserved lead at half-time for the Black Ferns, 28 points to 7.
All right, it's that time to drive the movie forward. It's time for HSBC Dance Canada. I want you to be a part of it. Stand on up, street to yourself. Let's get back to your BC place. Let's see who's up for HSBC Dance Canada. And I want to see your best moves. I'm going to only day one. So go ahead and see how you go.
Ireland warming up. Brazil, a little over 13 minutes time from Pool C. And USA and Canada. You will have an interest in that one, Abby.
It's always a battle with the North American teams. USA looked in solid form in their opening match. Canada, with just too many errors, couldn't get it done against Ireland. But it's always a physical match with those two.
You've done a great job. Organisers, the Rugby Canada group and World Rugby. The Ghana interest has been a wonderful atmosphere here all day, right from the very first game.
Awesome, thank you. Ready?
Way to go, Cruz and Peppermore.
On the ground.
Wall.
Inside. Stay high.
Hedini, a second receiver. Maybe a loose serve, Stacey Waka. Great defence.
Turnover's good.
From Megan Jones, they've got the turnover as well.
Leave it.
Cowell. Nathan Wong.
Tackle!
Sarah Hedini and Brazier slowing down the recycle for Great Britain. And Shaquille's at halfback now. And this advancing defence line putting pressure on Uren. Great defence, New Zealand.
New Zealand flying off that line. Great Britain, they have no time, no space to read, to make any decisions. We see a replay of that huge hit coming in from Meg Jones, popping up, getting that turnover, putting her hand up as a leader on this team. But New Zealand just too good in defense, and that little error creeping in. New Zealand ball just inside Great Britain's half.
Bind to the hooker, please, to the hooker. Crouch!
I got you, Anne.
Bind! Set!
Waka on the left, Blyde on the right. Nathan Wong, Brazier, Waka.
Tackle!
Jones again. The ball and all tackle. Hiddeny. Miller. The kick along the ground. And secured by Joyce. And now Blyde on the chase. Down the left edge. Great work, Joyce. Roy concede the penalty.
And that is the battle we have been after. I have been waiting for this matchup. Jazz Joyce versus Michaela Blyde. Incredible chase down by Blyde and then getting the turnover. Strong work on defense.
Brazier. Two players coming on the inside. Georgia Muller. Ball gone forward. A good hustle from Great Britain on defence.
Error there by Blyde, uncharacteristic, potentially a little fatigue creeping in after that great defensive effort. Great Britain need to get back on the board. They have Jazz Joyce out there, just had that steaming run down this side, but look at Michaela Blyde wrapping her up.
Bind! Oh! Set!
Blyde and Kaka. Sit down as Jones.
Penalty! Penalty! Go! Hit me! It's accidental. She's in front of the kicker. Accidental offside.
Nathan Wong.
Black's in front. It came off a black player. No, it came off the leg, though. Yeah. Scrum here.
We love a little debate between the players and the referee, just making sure everyone's on the same page. Deemed accidental offside, so it will be a scrum to Great Britain.
Set! Oh!
Norman Bell. Jones to go back for the ball. Then the grubber along the ground. Woodman Whitcliffe. Megan Jones and Uren with the tackle. Hiddeny. Long ball for Kaka. Takes the defence on the inside.
I'm going to regret that later, gosh.
We're going to love it. All the best for tomorrow. Get some rest. Wonderful day today.
Thank you so much. Nice to meet you.
Don't think it'll make the TikTok, that one, Sheree. But they've got plenty of others. What a performance from Kaka. So New Zealand go 2 from 2 and a perfect start on day one. Great Britain 1 and 1. They hold second position at the moment, with Fiji also second, equal in Colombia. Well, they had their moments against Fiji for sure. And now Ricky Swanell is standing by.
Pool C action, we are rolling through our women's competition on day one, and boy, we've seen some striking performances from a couple of these teams. And we are over in Pool C. It's Ireland at the top of the group from USA. Next round of games coming. Oh, that's where they've been. We've been looking for those guys. He's real. Banana costume, always a good one, Ghislaine Landry. You don't get to sit in the stands, or you never used to. What would you go? What would you dress up as if you weren't having to work?
Oh my goodness. Those last two costumes were looking pretty good. You could be pretty anonymous in those suits.
That would
Full
always
mask.
be it. Yeah. Anonymity's the key. As we see Ireland and Brazil, it's been all Ireland of late. These teams have played a couple of times this year, and Ireland are a team who looked really good in their first match, and they've got a whole lot of experience in class. The likes of Flood, Higgins, the youngster Baven Parsons making a name for herself. Mulhall, of course, the captain. Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe on the sideline for Brazil. Look to the likes of Campos, Sanalato, Fioravanti as key. To give some context, Simbacam is actually being played, and where you lift, that was a little bit of a slightly weaker. Brazil's vice-captain, Luisa Campos. And away we go in this Pool C encounter as it just flicks off the hands. Unlucky for Isadora Lopez. Double knock on. It was a good effort in the air, though. And Campos put it on a dime for it.
She comes up here.
It's a really good start for Brazil. They didn't catch it, but they're coming in with intent. She's timed it nicely. Just slightly wrong angle, but I do love the effort and the impact off the start.
Always colourful, Luisa Campos. I mean, she gets a fresh colour, a fresh dye job for every tournament. Expresses herself that way as Emily Lane shoots down a blindside here, and she's got Mulhall with her. It's a clever little shift from Ireland, who now come back into the traffic through Stacey Flood. Another of the very experienced Ireland players, and away goes Mulhall. She had Lane with her, but Campos holds on. Ball's laid back for Lane to clear. Ireland playing a little tighter than usual at the moment. Now Eve Higgins will always carry hard. Little bit of footwork from Higgins as well, and she's got deceptive turners. Pace Eve Higgins, change of direction, busting upfield as Higgins for Ireland. Mulhall will race away. Flood made the run, had to delay it slightly.
Advantage,
Stop 5
offside,
metres out.
White.
Mulhall stepping away through. Kathy Baker lays it back, and here's Higgins, who started it with that cracking run and finishes as well. Well-deserved try for Eve Higgins.
It was. They spent the entire phase of play in that 15-meter channel. Whether they've targeted that area of the field as somewhere to attack or not, they've done it really well. Eve Higgins taking it on the outside. Thought she might go all the way on this one, but again, taking 2 defenders out of the Brazilian line. And a little dummy in for the try.
Now, Eve Higgins made her debut as an 18-year-old, still only 23. Now racking up her 53rd World Series try, the second Irish player, 250. Eve Higgins is having a good season and a good team at the moment. Oh, attacking the ball in flight and just spilling clean out of the hands. Mariana Nicolau is going to hand this possession back to Ireland in a really good part of the field.
Yeah, she might have been away if she came away with that one cleanly. But Ireland, a good attacking opportunity. Right side scrum, we'll see if they go down this short channel again. There's no Brazilian defenders down that channel at all right now.
Coach. Bind.
There's that space. Lucy Mulhall stationed there in jersey 9, and away goes lane 2. Mulhall just got a little stuck on the feet coming out of that scrum, which allowed Brazil to come across. Lane will clear open as Higgins spills it forward this time. Right idea, wrong execution.
Absolutely. She's coming off the line with such intent. Even though the Brazilian defenders weren't covering that side, they had to work really hard to get over. So there was a little opening there as the defenders had to bump back out to cover the rest of the field. Ireland, they're playing with a lot of smart rugby right now.
Bind.
Working under a new coach this weekend, Sam Myers, former Australian international. Taking over as coach of Ireland, at least on an interim basis for now. As Rafaela Zanolato, she's always in the thick of the action for Brazil. Lays it back for her captain, Fioravanti. Now Costa trying to get around the outside of Parsons. Talia Costa can't do so, but it got a nice ball back in field for Campos. And Fioravanti all clear. Through the hands they go for Zanolato again. Ducks under one tackle, through another, just tipped up by Baker. Might have been away then, Zanolato. Fioravanti. And Campos, those are the ones, Zanolato. Again, just really hard working in the middle for Brazil. The drivers of this team. Zanolato looking to release Costa, trying to run over Lane. Emily Lane very awkwardly gets stuck in there. Not a whole lot of places she can go.
Brazil keeping possession really nicely here. They're deep in their end, but they're not afraid to play with it, ball in hand. And even here, opting for the penalty tap.
Ball spins across for Zanolato again. Fioravanti there and Campos. Quick hands across the line. This time Nicolau holds on to it. Higgins chasing. Higgins might have enough to catch her in here. Mariana Nicolau, she's just starting to stretch away. Oh, Higgins, good effort. Just got her in the nick of time. And is she going to earn the steal? Win the ball back. Eve Higgins, big play on defence.
Wow, what a chase back. You saw it in her face. She wasn't quite sure, but she dug really deep. That's the effort a coach absolutely loves to see. Look at it. You can see her. And she stays with it. What an effort. And then to get quick to her feet onto the ball. What a turnover.
There's about a second or third effort in there. It looked like, yep, I've got it. Oh, I don't know if I have. Yes, I've got her again.
These are little battles that go on in our heads sometimes. Sevens is a gutless game.
Some nice line-out ball for Emily Lane to work with here. Crashing forward is Megan Burns. Oh, ripped away though. Brilliantly done by Fioravanti, and now it's Brazil's turn to swing on to attack. Backwards through the hands for Zanolato. Just can't free Talia Costa over there on that right wing at the moment. Here she is though, going to get into it herself. Talia Costa, the little legs, pumping, flying, and then she's rounded upon by Flood. Fioravanti, who started it with a good turnover. Here's Nicolau, just tipped up again this time. Good awareness to get up, go again. As Higgins got there over that one too. Sure it is, the number 10.
And again, with the turnover at the breakdown. Brazil doing really well to put the Ireland defense under pressure. But the Ireland defense is matching them with the effort. And it's Higgins again in there doing the hard work.
Still only the one score in it, though, Ireland. They've had to work really hard for this 7-0 lead. Ball in the middle comes off the top from Kathy Baker for Lane. Here's Mulhall slinging it wide for Burns. Good charge up the middle from Megan Burns. Campos.
It has to roll first.
Gives away the penalty. Thought it was her way. Ripped off. Back she goes.
Scrum option.
Well, the Hooters sounded 30 seconds ago, but Ireland want to get this score up a little bit more. They'll be slightly disappointed with the score at halftime. They can go up 14-0. I think they'll be happier with that.
Time's up.
Deep breath for Eve Higgins, which is well deserved. She's been in absolutely everything in this half.
That's good. Do we need to make
Marina
a sub?
Fuyodavanti, that's one of the last players Brazil want to lose, their captain, but looks to be okay.
Time's back on. Crouch. Bind.
Lane has got Mulhall right behind the scrum. Options left and right for Ireland. They come to the right through. The captain, Lucy Mulhall, on the wraparound is Baven Parsons. Brilliant set-piece execution from Ireland. Finished off by Baven Parsons.
It's a beautiful try. They had a unique setup off the scrum, but you knew they were going to use that space that they set up wide. The tight line coming in gives Eve Higgins a ton of room to work with on the outside. Beautiful finish.
Gee, I like this young player, Baven Parsons, 21-year-old, really in the thick of the action for Ireland, giving her team the lead at halftime. It is Ireland 12-0 over Brazil. Time, well, you're all good. 17 points to 0. Emily Lane it was scoring for Ireland straight after the break. 17-0 now. I swear we've never had an interview with Will where there hasn't been a try scored either for his team or the other straight away on the headset. As again, Jex Gabriella leaving there on 14. She's a good athlete. And here's Sanalato to kind of get a bit of go forward. Big contact with Baker on halfway. Ball squeezes out there for Lima. Bit of space here for Brazil, Fioravanti, and now they can get Talia Costa into it, but Burns was quickly onto the threat of Talia Costa. Fioravanti, intercepted by Lane, ball one back for Ireland. Flood just spills into the hands of Lima, and look at her accelerate. Oh boy, that was a tackle that had to be made. It was Erin King in 13 who just hauled Gabriela Lima down.
Backwards.
Sanalato for Lima. And intercepted now by King. So Ireland, every time Brazil looked like they might be threatening,
backwards,
able to bring that ball back.
Yes.
Real wrestle on halfway, and Brazil again fight back. They are not going to be done with here, and away goes Talia Costa, just the acceleration. There's the space she needed. Brazil's little flyer goes in again. Adds another one to her tally.
Well, she's had a few opportunities, but she hasn't been given the space that she needs to work. There it is. She doesn't need much, but she does need a little bit. She's got so much pace. They want to get the ball in her hands. Like to see that happen a few more times for the rest of this half.
Talia Costa is leading try scorer in Sydney last time out with 8. It's her first one this weekend, 21 for the season. It puts her about 3rd overall this season. And really standing up and becoming a leader in this Brazilian team too.
Absolutely. They look to her for so much experience on this field, and she loves to score tries.
19 points to 7 now. Ireland. King for Mulhall. This one goes across for Costa. Can't quite bring it in though, and it's Elms-Kinlan as Ireland spin a ball wide for Mulhall, and powering forward once more is Ireland. And impressive through the middle this time. It's Erin King with the carry. And now Parsons on the edge. Baven Parsons just dragged down by Lima. Ireland coming at them again though.
No hands now.
That is a bird's eye view of what goes on the ground as Mulhall just ghosts their way through the gap.
Well, the seas parted way for her. They worked so hard to get down the field, and Mulhall, the deserved try scorer here, she works so hard around the ball to set up her teammates. And look at it, maybe just a little fatigue creeping in. Beautiful finish.
Lucy Mulhall, the heart and soul of this Ireland team. And a follow-me kind of leader, converts her own try in Ireland. 26 now, plays Brazil 7.
Moving them over here, the other one's dead.
Can you guys move?
Great restart.
It's a beautifully placed kick. Just misses the timing. Brazil's done well to get in front of her though and get up really high. Great contest.
Bind. Set.
So Brazil through Giselle Gomez. Here's Talita Costa, the twins in action.
Backwards.
Rather, it's Alves. With Talia Costa
Maul
in support.
now.
Campos. Nice little brush away, and here is Talita now on the other edge, wrapped up by Vicky Elms-Kinlan. Hustled towards the sideline, keeping the ball in play though for Gomez. And now Campos, they've supported each other well, Brazil, when they've had possession. Here's Andressa Alves.
Off feet.
And they draw the penalty out of Ireland. Away goes Heath Higgins again. Other way, Higgins swerving, weaving, and then the offload is good. The pass for Erin King. A try on full time for Ireland.
Just the difference in experience there. Eve Higgins, she's had enough of this game back and forth. Takes that quick penalty. Look at the footwork.
Professional display from Ireland on day one. A little groan to finish perhaps in Lucy Mulhall, but that is job done. Erin King and the Ireland team, 31 points to 7. Building up to our final women's match of the day, and what a beauty it will be. USA, Canada coming up shortly. The Northern Hemisphere battle, both teams will be very well supported, I have absolutely no doubt. And while we build up to that one, we can have a catch up with one of the absolute greats of Canada rugby at the moment. She's a superstar in the 15s game. Sophie de Goody is standing by with another superstar in his own right, Gareth Rees.
Oh, well, thank you, Ricky. Yeah, what a great scenes down here on the field. Everyone's excited. But first of all, Sophie, great to have you here. Congratulations, nominated for World Rugby Player of the Year. And you took your team down to New Zealand. Incredible performance, finishing top 4 down there.
Yeah, it was, I think, a really good display of women's rugby, and especially for us as a Canadian team to make it to the semifinals and put up a tough fight. It was a tough pill to swallow, losing to England, but we're really proud of the performance.
And I got to ask you grew up in this province in British Columbia, in Victoria, just a short ferry ride away. Did you ever think that your teammates and women's rugby would be in the big stadium here in Vancouver?
I think this is huge for women's rugby in Canada and Canadian rugby generally. We're bringing the community together and getting to experience this vibe and this atmosphere. I'm really proud of watching the girls go out there.
And USA, Canada, I mean, what a good matchup. What do you think this crowd's going to do?
It's going to be wild. I'm so excited to watch this, and they're going to respond to that and perform.
And how about these Canadian fans? Is there a chance one day, as they get heated up here, as your old teammate Bianca leads them out, any chance you'll be in the 7s jersey one day?
Never say never. Who knows?
Excellent. Well, thanks for everything you've done for us. We hope to see you back in a Canada jersey soon.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Wonderful player. Sarah and leader, Bianca Farella. Acknowledged and tribute for her phenomenal career, USA and Canada. And the former USA captain Abby alongside me, a great rivalry between two great rugby nations.
And a rivalry it is. It gets so physical out there. These two teams get up to play one another. It is a battle for pride. The North American teams go at it. And the USA had a strong performance against Brazil early on. Canada had a tough loss against Ireland. Too many errors. I think if they can clean those up, this should be a pretty evenly matched game. However, USA with the upper hand coming into it.
How good is that? And hopefully the first of many to put the boots on in a few years' time. Canada will have first use of the ball. USA on a 3-3 split from the kickoff. And they go out to the left. And some pressure from Imba. Canada. A little short ball for Epps. In spite of two defenders, App's able to stay in the field of play. Canada try to go through the middle, but the defence from Olsen, solid.
Stay.
Bermudez, that halfback Apps, trying to commit three defenders on a strong carry from Apps. Now Farella. So hard going for Canada. Sullivan, Imba. Two defenders on Apps.
First on the ball.
And they win the penalty, Imba. Sullivan gets a good ball and all shot, but she controls the ball for the USA. They go again down the right edge. Imba. And now Tapper. On the 5-metre line. Imba, first receiver. Steps out of the first tackle. Great defence from Canada.
Knock on.
What a contest.
Shot for shot here. Canada is up for it. The USA are up for it. Have a look here. Ball into hands. Kershey tries to push Apps into touch. USA back with ball in hand, and Sam Sullivan getting taken to the ground. Really strong work from Canada here. Emba just a little loose with that carry.
Crouch.
Bianca Farella coming in, making the hit. And it is Canada ball again, just outside their own try zone. A difficult place to get out of.
Nice tidy up from Daniels. Now look at the hustle.
That was lost forward.
Well, it's been an uncompromising 1 minute and 10 second start, Abby.
What a start it is, back to back. The shots coming in, the big hits, the physicality that we mentioned. And now USA ball just 5 meters out. We see the stack right behind the scrum. You have Knet and Tapper lined up with Mar on the bottom of your screen.
Knet goes left for Ma. Tries to go on the outside. Ma power. Great finish.
Ilona Mar powers over the line. The smile on her face. Her first try of the day. Kayla Knet at the back, just simple pass to her, and she is too good for the Canada defense. Apps too late coming over. Tapper and Mar celebrate, showing how much this means to them.
Ilona Mar leads the competition for carries alongside Kirsch. She's such an important part of the go forward, lays the platform. She's big, strong, fast and physical. Always attracts two defenders at least. Great weapon for the USA. Ilona Mar is on the restart. Great job, Ember.
Knock on. Can't play on, it was lost forward first, no advantage.
It's such an advantage having a big body at kickoff time.
Chetta Emba, such a threat in the air. She has that imposing figure. Look at her here, just goes up, puts her body on the line. The left hand, she bats the ball back. Apps in a great position, however. A little knock on, giving that ball back to the U.S. for that scrum.
Set! Backwards,
Now the ball goes behind. Tapper. Hard to handle. Tapper. He's too long on the ground with the ball. Just the one try. The 4.5 minutes, Canada. Into the USA. Half for the first time with the ball. And they lose control of it.
Knock on, offside.
And then the offsides from Scurfield. She got a little too eager there when you're in front of your teammate and they knock the ball on. It is offsides, giving that penalty to the U.S. Elena Olsen there calling for the scrum. She's got the ball in hand. You see her connecting with Kayla. These three, Kayla Knet, Ilona Mar, and Nia Tapper, We're so continuous there early on. See what they can pull together here.
Sit.
Olsen to the line, can it? Ma. And two defenders and still going forward. Ilona Ma. Tapper. Away from the first defender. Drags two more, 10 metres. Great carry from Tapper. Now Ma. A shift. In the middle, Kirsch. USA get numbers there first, can it? First receiver, it's got Sullivan on the outside. Good hustle from Canada. Forced the error, got the scrum. Whoa, she's a good contest, this one.
The crowd is on their feet. The energy in this stadium and the Canadian women are feeding off of that. The ruthless defense. USA up for it, going into battle, and then Kayla Kinnett here, ball in two hands, a little late, dishes it off to Sullivan. Can't hold on to it. But again, Canada just outside their own try-zone. It's such a difficult place.
Maria
Time's on.
in our game to have the opportunity to play in front of your home crowd. The atmosphere here at the stadium is electric. And Canada, they're up for this against the big brother from across the water, and an error. So USA will get an attacking scrum with great field position.
Canada, another error there. They need to just hard carry it up. She tries the dummy and then goes for it, but hard carry, set the line, get the U.S. offsides it, but right back in the USA hands. Huge opportunity to get that momentum going into halftime.
Ma, Kennett, Tepper. This is where they want to be. It's Ma. First carry down the short side. Nothing doing. So they recycle Sullivan. Imba. Kennett. Right foot step. Kennett. Coming down the left edge now. Ma. Great ball back on the inside for Kirsch. Can they mount something? Great defense. Canada 2 tackle. Win the penalty. And with the USA hold on attack, Canada.
Cool. Kudos to the Canadian defense. I have not seen them play like this in so long. They have not beat this USA side this season.
How about that for class? Under pressure. Kirsch. Ooh. Go out or go shopping. It's a tough game. Now, Apps.
Advantage.
Just outside their own quarter, and they've got the penalty advantage. Canada. Look at the quality of this drive. The crowd are on their feet. Apps with the quick tap. Now they shift into the midfield. Now the run. Logan.
That went forward.
Ball has gone forward. What a thrilling opening 7 minutes we've had. USA and Canada going at it. And the
What was it that you were calling for a sec?
Lift and leg, number 6.
Oh, okay. And we had a collapse. And take him there. All good, guys? Timing on those. Space is looking okay? Yeah. Big second half then. Yeah. It's good. Did you pardon? 1 minute. Thank you.
well, those of you taking our coverage and
Keep the intensity up because obviously the score
not in the commercial break, it's the most thrilling 7 minutes we have seen. In the competition today, Canada, what an effort in defence.
10 seconds, thank you.
Well, what a 7 minutes we have seen in the first half. Just the one try, Abby. It's been a thriller.
Thrilling, exactly the word I was going to use. Canada just unable to capitalize and get any points in that first half. But what a start.
On the ball, Canada. Now they shift Epps, second receiver. Trying to go on the outside of the tackle of Canet. Keeps the ball alive now. Daniels. Great defense from the USA. Ma. What a game she's having. Now Epps with the offload in the middle.
No, backwards.
And Canada, they regroup to create an overlap on the left edge. And then a beautiful inside ball. Logan. What a play from Canada. What a finish under the post.
Bianca Farella, the veteran of this squad, a leader in every right. Cheta Emba just unable to hold on to that restart. And a well-worked drag and the late cut from Farella. Sullivan Mar unable to defend that. Too good from Canada as they come away with their first try of the match.
Oh, they competed at the kickoff. The conversion is good. And Farella, her legacy has been celebrated here today. And Canada go long. Emba makes the ball on the foot. A big left-hand fend. Got the meters gained after contact. Canada, who competed hard. Now the USA. Good defense from Corrigan. Ma. Now they shift. A little half gap in the middle. They go through the USA. Through round under the post. And a great finish. Nothing in it.
Lauren Doyle with the quick response for the USA. Just when we thought Canada were climbing back. Base of the ruck from Nia Tapper. Doyle just backs herself, spots that little gap, and has the pace. Co-captain of this squad, two-time Olympian with the finish.
And the conversion.
You got 10 now.
That's good. 12-7, just the one try. They're all here today. They're hamming it up in what's been a great atmosphere. The home team on the stage against a formidable opponent with a great rivalry. And the USA now inside ball. Tapper. She gets the ball away as well now. Olsen. Ball over the top. It's tapped on. It's controlled. Kirsch. Got the twin threat of Emba and Tapper. First receiver. Tapper lines up Epps. Sullivan plays halfback. And a ball away in the tackle. Brilliantly picked up off her ankles, and Emba is in for the USA.
USA do so well to hold on to the ball there. Alev Kelter may be doing just a little extra going through contact, but gets the offload off to Cheta Emba, who has incredible hands to hold on to that. And then she is scot-free into the try zone.
Emba, big, strong, fast.
Okay.
Big threat on the edge.
Time's off.
2.5 to go, which, as we know, is a very long time in sevens. Plenty of time for Canada.
Canada need to maintain this restart. The USA have done so well to put that kickoff just 10 meters, and Cheta Emba is such a threat in the air, looking to regain that possession back for the USA, as she did just last restart.
Just wait for the physio to go off.
The tough ombre abs.
Okay.
Took a tractor to get her off on this one. This is a big possession. The USA go long and it's on the ground.
Backwards.
So they will stay. This defense, look at the hustle from the USA. Trying to force an error. Olsen. Daniels at halfback. Farella. Taking on Kirsch. Farella, first receiver. Now they shift. Can they get the ball to the left edge? Yes. But the defense from the USA. On point, Ma. Canada, they need a quick recycle. Keep an eye at the top left of your screen, the clock. That's going to be the key. Great defense from the USA. Canada still down their own end of the park. And then a terrific tackle. A very good tackle, forcing the Canadian player over the touchline with the ball. So it'll be a USA throw at the line out.
White line out. Line out.
Strong work on defense there from the entire U.S. team. Canada just unable to get on the front foot. They can't break down this wall of white jerseys. You see USA looking to one another now. They know the clock is on their side. Slow things down, work this set piece move, and hopefully get one more in before this match is over.
Thomas, Heaverland, Doyle, Ma with a big dummy. She's had a profound impact on this game. Ma, look, down the left side, another
Options.
Ball over the touchline with less than 30 seconds.
Lost forward into touch. Scrum or line out. Scrum or line out. Options.
Great cover defense coming across from Canada. A little too little, too late, most likely for Canada, unless they can really work some magic. But one last opportunity for them to get down the pitch and have the final say in this match.
Well, the clock in the end beats Canada. That's the full time. What a thrilling game, just 5-0 at halftime. Some big shots in this and some big plays offensively and defensively. And Canada in front of their home crowd. They have turned on a sterling performance, and will they have the last say with an offload in the tackle? An early tackle, that'll be a penalty.
Take no ball.
Another possession for Canada.
Early tackle.
Daniels takes a quick tap. 3 runners available on the right side. Now the grubber, the chase. Ball's on the ground. Canada, the USA. Kelter. Another penalty.
First on the ball.
Vancouver at the line. They've got a 2-on-1. Canada will have the last say. Thrilling game, thrilling finish, and Corrigan gets her name on the score sheet.
Well done by Corrigan. She has been a standout for this Canada women's side. But Takuvra with the awareness, with the quick tap. And then they know they have the overlap. It's simple hands, giving this home crowd something to cheer for. Well worked try by Canada to finish off this game.
Well, the genesis of great rivalry lies in its longevity. And Canada and the USA will maintain that rivalry. What a game, 17 points to 12. The USA over Canada. And we've got some post-game reaction as well. Phaedra is downstairs with the USA captain.
Chetta, those soccer goalkeeping skills from Harvard came in really handy when you caught that ball, scored that try. How'd that feel?
I felt good to just be able to contribute and do what I needed to do, serve my teammates, and they did the hard stuff, put it away. So, good.
Excellent. Now, you have Ireland tomorrow morning. What happens from here on out?
From here on out, we try to win the recovery. We're going to get back in the locker rooms after seeing family and friends and review that game. You know, we did some good stuff, but there's definitely some sharpening that we want to do.
Excellent. Best of luck to you. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Phaedra. Thank you, Chetta. What a game. What a match. What a privilege for us to be here. See some quality. It is the Pool A. New Zealand with a perfect start on day one. Great Britain and Fiji 1-1. And Colombia, thrilling performance against Fiji after getting well beaten by New Zealand in their first game. Pool B, Australia, 2 from 2 as well. Their form has looked fantastic. France as well, with a very, very good performance of Japan and Spain. They struggle at the bottom of Pool B. And Pool C, again, Ireland and the USA. What a game we've just seen between USA and Canada, with Ireland and the USA with a perfect start as well. We will see them. We will see them tomorrow in the playoffs. We're going to take a short break. And thanks for your company. We'll be back very soon with more action from the Vancouver Sevens 2023.
It's all going down at the 5th round of the Women's HSBC World Rugby 7 Series in Vancouver. Live on your World of Champions.
begins here. Greatness begins here. Finest showcase their skills on your World of Champions. On your World of Champions.
The heat is on. The heat is on.
Die afspoelstoel is om te doen. Die achterlijn wordt warm is op die oorlog. Die achterlijn wordt warm is op die oorlog.
Wat voetige hierachter. Wat een voetige hierachter. Wat een pakken hier. Wat schrik van dat. Je doeren. Wat schrik van dat. Je doeren. Afgedaan. Die speelt de Bakani. Die moest weg voor het wonder. Hij moest weg voor het wonder. Het is kandidaat voor het wonder. Het is kandidaat. Mokreg van Zuid-Afrika's. Vier warm van Zuid-Afrika's. Vier warm van Zuid-Afrika's. Den meer om die Bosnië-Beker. Den meer om die Bosnië-Beker. Van 20 februari tot 17 april. En die Bosnië-competitie. En die 16 februari tot 13 april. 16 februari tot 13 april. Kom er voor vier warm Bosnië-Rugby. Bosnië-Beker. Gebreng aan jou dier FNB. Gebreng aan jou dier FNB. Steer in Suzuki. In Suzuki. Yeah! Yeah! Yo! Yo!
Reggie, you're a leader in your family. You're a leader in your family. Watching you lead your family. I always appreciate watching you lead your family to father to your kids. Will you be highlighting parts of that? And will you be highlighting parts of that? And
I think in the black communities, we have a lot of fatherlessness, and we have a lot of in the past, there are reasons in the past, that I didn't know and didn't understand. That I didn't know. I realized that my dad, and I realized that my dad different time was completely different. I didn't have that conversation, and until I was 30, and that was during until I was 30. I just wanted to understand because I felt neglected. I just wanted to understand because I felt neglected. It didn't make sense why he wasn't there for me. It didn't make sense why he wasn't there for me when I was a child. I had a conversation, and then I asked him. I had a conversation with him. Let's sit down. Let's try to make this. And let's sit down. Let's try to make this. Trust me. He didn't want to do it. Speak. Trust me. It releases so much. So we said it releases so much. And so we said like and he explained. Being a black parent, number one that time. Being a black parent, there wasn't a lot of opportunities. So he left PE. So he left to Cape Town to go look for an opportunity. To Cape Town, and then I asked to go look for an opportunity. Why didn't you take me with? Why didn't you raise me? Why didn't you take me with? Why didn't you raise me in a house? I stayed with my mom in a house, and it's all with my mom, grandmother, and it's all community at the time we stayed home. And in our community at the time we stayed home, your grandmother always raises your kids. So a lot started making sense. So a lot started making sense between you and my mom. My mom was young. Between you and my mom. She had nothing. My mom was young, and she still wanted to live her life, and my dad understood that. Live her life, and my dad understood that, which made a lot of sense. Let her be. Which made a lot of sense that I had inside me, and a lot of anger that I had inside me, and like when we think like when we think our parents don't want us, we just chase them. That's what I want to bring back conversation. And that's what I want to bring back more conversation. We as black men actually in general need to talk a little bit more. We as men actually in general need to talk a little bit more and understand a bit more because situations
on the line of men. And him on the line of men, how much relief did you get that, okay, now how much relief did you get that, okay, now
our relationship is not perfect even now. Our relationship is not perfect even now. It takes time. I honor my dad. I respect my dad. I love my dad. And I will not start loving I love my dad. And I will not start loving my dad because I'm not gonna get my dad. Any other dad, and any other dad. He is and the only like parent I got. The only like and parent I got now. We try. Still we try. No, he drinks and I can't. No, he drinks and I can't. Stop drinking because I couldn't control my liquor. Drinking because I couldn't control my liquor. And I knowing that he also and I knowing that he also. I don't want to talk too much about that, but I don't want to talk too much about that. I don't want. I stopped drinking because I don't want. But I have struggled with drinking. Since 2018, probably 4 or 5 times. Since 2018, probably 4 or 5 times. I try not to drink because and I try not to make me a better person. It doesn't make me a better person. It doesn't help my sport as well. I want to break that cycle for my family. I want to break that cycle for my family. To be able to say no or control it. To be able to say no or control it. Be a much better person. With my dad, we're good. With my dad, we're good. Actually, I'm excited to be looking to buy my house. I'm excited to be Rachel was actually because Rachel was actually looking for houses. Looking for houses. The kids love him. They want to be. The kids love him. They want to be. But we spend more time around. It's boring for him in the suburbs. It's boring for him in the suburbs.
World Rugby HSBC 7 Series comes from beneath the big top. Series comes from beneath the big top in Vancouver. The HSBC in Vancouver. The HSBC Canada 7 day one. Is hotting right up on day one. It's a season like no other, and the fans it's a season like no other, turning up in their numbers, Olympic qualification, the series title, relegation, the series title, every game has something on it, every game has something on it, every game counts on the journey, every game counts on the journey. The Paris 2024. Here's the series as it looks. Here's a series like we've never seen before. A series like we've never seen before. We go back to Hong Kong for the second time this season. Singapore a week later. Season. Then Singapore in Europe in the southwest of France. That's where we'll crown the Women's Series champions. That's where we'll crown the Women's Series champions. And then it all winds up in London, where the men's champions, where the men's champions will win a title. And here are the standings in the men's competition. The teams in gold, 1, 2, 3, 4. The teams in gold, 1, 2, 3, 4. As it stands, for those Paris Olympics, but all the way down, Olympics, but all the way down, still very much in the hunt, still very much in the hunt for those top 4 places. And we carry on in the men's competition. We carry on in the men's competition. Matches now coming your way. Round 2 matches now coming your way. Started this morning, the men's draw. 45-5 over Britain. 45-5 over Fiji. Tested by Kenya. Fiji tested by Kenya, but they won it 31-12. So Great Britain second game, looking at their second win, the 10 seeds, up against Kenya, win the 10 seeds, up against relegation trouble this season. Relegation trouble this season. So plenty to play for both sides. So plenty to play for both sides. Starting lineups look like this. Robbie Ferguson. Lineups look like this. Robbie Ferguson. Look for number 30, Max McFarlane. Picked up a look for number 30, Max McFarlane in their opening game. This morning in their opening game. Alvin Otieno, number 32. Alvin Otieno, number 32. Was outstanding for the Africans. And they're number 9, their skipper. Nelson. Number 9. Their skipper, Nelson, OU. And wherever we go in the world, Kenya love their rugby sevens team. Kenya love their rugby sevens team. Want a tip about have a good time? How to have a good time at a sevens tournament? Find Kenya Corner at a sevens tournament. Find Kenya Corner. Be disappointed. You will not be disappointed.
Let's go. Let's go.
And here they come out onto BC Place. Team GB looking for their second win of the day. Looking for their second win of the game. There's Nelson OU. The winning trial and their most famous day. Winning trial and their most famous title when they won their only series title at the Singapore Sevens a few years ago. Singapore Sevens. They were very good against Fiji. They were very good against Fiji. But Fiji just had a little bit too much. And there's Great Britain's result, 45-5 against Uruguay. And Tex Rokoverdeni will take care of this one. And alongside me on commentary, former USA Eagle, Phaedra Knight. Phaedra, it's important this for Kenya. They need a win to stay in contention in this group.
Yeah, they obviously fell to Fiji, as you mentioned earlier today, but this Great Britain side is so strong. They have found their stride on attack, Rupert. It's going to be a tough match for Kenya to overcome it.
We're underway. Round 2 in Pool C. Kenya right to left in their green shirts, gone over the sidelines, so GB going to get a throw to the line. They want to go quickly. But they'll have to come back and do it the old-fashioned way.
I'm happy with that. Thank you.
Max McFarlane, number 30.
Sorry.
He was the main man in the opening game against Uruguay. A hat-trick of tries, got an early rest as well.
Yeah.
As we pan left, there he is, left of frame in the black tights. That's their go-to. That's the man they'll be looking for.
Hold the gap.
And it'll be the captain, Ferguson, the Scotsman, to throw this line out. He's got Alex Davis in the middle of it, the number 3. AJ, as he's known. Didn't look like the straightest throw in the world, but referee says play on. Through the hands of Freddie Roddick from Emery. Both try scorers in that game against Uruguay. There's Jamie Barden in 33. Ross McCann given the start here by head coach Tony Rokes. As Great Britain, who have really found the good vibrations in the last few tournaments, Finished 6th in LA last week. Their best of the season so far. A bit of a wobble in the first couple of tournaments, but they've really got their act together of late. And they're looking to head north on the standings at every event they play at now. Here's Emery spinning away from one tackle. Gets the ball clear as well to Barden. He sees a half gap, and Barden, oh you though. That's that last-ditch D he's famous for. Roddick now for Britain. They've got an opportunity. Davis just changes direction. Back here to McCann. Englishman to a Scotsman there. Remember, Wales, Scotland, England all combining for this British team in line with the Olympic cycle these days as Roddick can't get away from big Herman Humwa, who scored a try against Fiji this morning. This is the round 2 of games in the men's competition, of course. Fiji will be up next against Uruguay, and ball's loose, and Ferguson reacts quickest, as he often does. Alex Davis, who captained Great Britain at the Olympics in Tokyo. Here's McCann, the danger man. Takes 3 Kenyans to make sure he can't get away. Humwa looks for the counteract, doesn't get it. Good reload from GB. Emery again, there you go. And a little change of direction to get away from the cover D. Wakesa was on the chase, but Tom Emery, scrum half winger in 15s. He's got plenty of toe. He used it there.
Well, Rupert, that first cut was the deepest. That penalty against Kenya opened up this opportunity for Emery eventually to break through to score his second try of the day. But you can see how effective and powerful GB is at breaching that midfield defense of Kenya. Reaching, but not enough to stop the man, Emery.
Yeah, he's had a good tournament so far, hasn't he? Another one of these players, Phaedra, that's as this series has gone on, he's really found his feet, knows how to contribute at the right moments of games. Speaking of contribution, Ferguson, the skipper, always makes a valuable one. To his opposite skipper there, Nelson Oyu, lifted high by Otieno. But Otieno really had the bit between his teeth this morning against Fiji as Humwa. That's what case. Contact. He's a big ball carrier. That's a high arm from GB. So, yeah. Alvin Otieno's just said, "Scrum, please, sir." They're going to try and commit a few British defenders here. Okay, there you go. There's the standing. So, look at Kenya, 22 points. They're 7 points off Uruguay. Currently, Uruguay safe. Kenya, as it stands, will have to go to that Final Four shootout in London at the end of the season to save their core nation status. Different for GB. They're kind of mid-table, 47 points, but looking like they're going to have something to say about the top 4. If Daniel Tabu feeds the scrum. Kenya have had a bit of illness in camp this week after the extreme weather events we suffered in Los Angeles last week. Here's Odhiambo. Tries to get away from McCann. Emery helps him out. That's a good carry, that, from Odhiambo. Ball's gone forward, though. Good defence from Great Britain. They forced the error. Here's Jamie Barden. 7-0 they lead it. Converted try. 2:30 to go first half. Pool C looking for their second win. The British top their...
In Vancouver, live on your World of Champions.
Greatness begins here. Watch the Sunshine Tour's finest showcase their skills on your World of Champions.
The heat is on.
Die afkoelstoel is vir hom bedoel. Aksieprototipe afronding hier vir hierdie agterlyn wat wit warm is op die oomblik.
Ligvoetige heel agter. Wat 'n impak het hierdie man nie op die wedstryd nie. Vaardighede wat skrik vir niks. Jou doring. Knap gedaan. En dan gaan die asem opkry nie. Die spoed is daar. Hy moes werk vir dit. O my, hy moes werk vir dit.
Maak reg vir Suid-Afrika se 4 warm Varsity Rugby fees. 8 kookwaterspanne ding mee om die Varsity beker van 20 Februarie tot 17 April en 8 wat dit uitveg in die Varsity skildkompetisie vanaf 16 Februarie tot 13 April. Kom ervaar 4 warm Varsity Rugby en gees uniek aan die Varsity beker. Gebring aan jou deur FNB, Steers en Suzuki.
Yo.
Vetu, you're a leader in your family. And I always appreciate watching you lead your family to father to your kids. Your relationship with your dad.
Yeah.
Will you be highlighting parts of that? And
yeah, 100%. Because I think in the black communities, we have a lot of fatherlessness. And in the past, you know, there are reasons for it that I didn't know and didn't understand. And I realized that my dad's time was completely different to my time. And I didn't have that conversation until I was 30. And that was during shooting the documentary, because I just wanted to understand, because I felt neglected, I felt not wanted, and it didn't make sense why he wasn't there for me when I was a child. And then I had a conversation with him. I asked him, I'm like, my man, let's sit down, let's chat about this. And he didn't want to do it. I'm like, trust me, I've learned to speak. It releases so much. And so we sat and he explained to me. Like, being a black parent, number one, that time, there wasn't a lot of opportunities. So he left PE and moved to Cape Town to go look for an opportunity. And then I asked him, why didn't you take me with, why didn't you raise me? Like, I stayed in a house with my mom, and it's always, which is my grandmother. And in our community at the time, when you stay at home, your grandmother always raises your kids. So a lot started making sense. And then I asked him, what happened between you and my mom? My mom was young when she had me. I think she was 16, and she still wanted to live her life. And my dad understood that, and he had to let her be, which made a lot of sense to me. And a lot of that anger that I had inside me, and a lot of like, you know, when we think our parents don't want us, we just chase them away without having a conversation. And that's what I want to bring back. We as black men need to have more conversation. We as men, actually, in general, need to talk a little bit more and understand a bit more, because situations are different.
True. Sticking on the line of men and him opening up, how much relief did you get that, okay, now my father is...
Our relationship is not perfect even now. It takes time. Those things take time. And I honor my dad. I respect my dad. I love my dad. And I will not start loving my dad because he is my dad. I'm not going to get any other dad, you know. And he is the only, like, parent I got now, you know. And we try. He's still, no, he drinks, and I can't. I also stopped drinking because I couldn't control my liquor because, you know, and I knowing that he also does, so I don't want to talk too much about that, but I stopped drinking because I don't want him to struggle with drinking. But I have drank. In 2018, probably 4 or 5 times in between there.
They dearly want to go deep in this tournament and pick up points. They dearly want to go deep in this tournament and pick up points. The 13th ranked side here. Coming up, Fiji and Uruguay next. Los Teros, there they are, up against Manueli Maisamoa and Fiji, the other two teams in Group C. Robbie Ferguson, Great Britain captain, try score in the first half. Gets us underway into the hands of Emery. Error from Kenya off the restart. Can ill afford to give back possession to a team playing the kind of rugby right now that Great Britain are. McFarlane just puts the hammer down.
Held. Play on.
They do put him on the deck, but that pace he puts on the ball is Very difficult to defend at times. Roddick at scrum half decides to go open, or no, he'll go himself. Well read by the Kenyan defence for now. Still alive though. Here's Ross McCann, looks for the dish, finds Emery, and there you go. Just commit that defender, get the ball away, and it's a walk-in for Tom Emery.
Yeah, Emery opened the scoring gates for Team GB in the first half and does it again to open up this second half. But it all started on this retention off of the restart by Great Britain to get down there in good position, bat the ball back in the hands, and then move that ball to the left of the field. You can see on that they did a great job of getting on the front foot and then sent the ball back wide and eventually into the hands of this magician.
Yeah, and again with rugby sevens, you commit 2 and get the ball away like that, you're going to find space. That's exactly what Emery had for his second. Extra 2 won't make it, so 19-5 it remains, but just what GB wanted to start this second half. Kenya's job just got a little bit harder.
Yeah. When you're ready, I'll blow time off. Time back on.
Ferguson, the Glaswegian. That left foot dink to get us restarted. Tom Williams went high to knock it back, but Kenya have the ball. Lots of time left here. 5:20 to go. Score next and they're back in business. Counter ruck. And they get done for holding on. It was Ferguson again, the captain, just timed his counter ruck there. Look at him barking instructions already. He does lead them well.
Let's get it on.
Even the pens that they've been dished out by referee Rocco Vereni. Change of direction to Roddick. Tackle on him.
Hi.
Abakusi. Ferguson with another penalty against Kenya is going to go quickly here. They've got some numbers, but he might not need them. Inside ball. It was on. Couldn't get it away. Oh, good reload. One more pass and they're in again. It's Ethan Waddleton back playing World Rugby Sevens. And he's under the posts.
Yeah, Waddleton with a nice try, but this is just good effort by Team GB to take that quick tap, and they just exploited the midfield again on that Kenyan defense and just really sent it out wide. And in that situation, it's a 2-on-1. No bueno for Kenya.
Been desperate to get Waddleton back in this team as Tony Rokes, the head coach. He's had his injury issues, taken a long time. Tokyo Olympian, and there you go, the Union Jack with reason to be unfurled here at BC Place at 26-5, on course for their second win here in Pool C. Change for Great Britain. Will Homer's coming on. A rest for Emery. Kenya slightly shell-shocked in the second half. Got themselves back into the bargain just before the break with the Wakesa try, but haven't seen much action, much scoring action at all in the second half. Knees on the floor, tackler has to let go. OU at scrum half. They're going to work the short side. It's Brian Tanga. He's been one of those players that's been suffering from illness this week. Picked up the flu in LA last weekend and is hardly trained. Okay, John Okoth, who was so impressive for Kenya in that 15-a-side final qualification tournament in Dubai in November. He's given some minutes here by Damien McGrath. Given Kenya's position on the table, 13th place overall, they want to make sure they get themselves a good seeding, whatever sector of the competition they end up in on finals day. Every point is crucial. 7 behind Uruguay as things stand at the moment. Good counter ruck from Waddleton. There he is. That's the muscle he brings. McFarlane's going in to help out, but Kenya have held on to the ball. Here's Okoth. Tanga. Edmund Anya over the halfway line. Tall figure. Okoth.
Just finding his feet still in sevens. Looks up for the offload to Tanga. That was nicely done. Jamie Barden's there trying to wrestle the ball clear. Walk off again, little stop go. Just needs to try and get the offload away, but he can't at the moment. This defence from Great Britain's impressive. Abakusi. He heads back in field. Good keep ball here from Kenya, but they're not making much gain line territory. This might work out for them. Oh, how about the tackle, though? That was really good from Jamie Barden once more. The defence has been excellent from Great Britain. They've been working on that. Sean Lamont and Tony Rokes have been putting them through their paces, and they... Oh, Tanga. Oh, here we go. A little hitch kick and a couple of dance moves from Brian Tanga. Crowd enjoyed that. Abakusi, 1:20 to go here. Kenya looking for their first points in this second half. A little dummy. And they're through. Edmund Anyaha under the posts. The neutrals are in favour of that. And Kenya corner certainly is.
Well, that was a nice try by Anya. Good footwork to manipulate that midfield defense of Great Britain, but they really had to work hard for this try. And it all paid off in the end. Great Britain with some outstanding strong defense, getting in there, really pressuring the ball.
Get the subs
Kenya.
in, Moisey.
So 26-12, I think the clock's going to beat them. There's 148 tries the day so far. We've had over 52,000 over the last 200 events since this Great Sevens Roadshow got underway in 1999. Kenya have scored plenty of those in their time. Nelson Oyu, not least, scored the winner in that famous gold medal win.
You're on the ground
Singapore.
first. You've lost the contest, you're on the ground. And then he handled that ball in the rock.
All general admission tickets sold out tomorrow. Expecting a big, big crowd in here. This place will be absolutely jumping. Great view here under the big top at BC Place. Had some fairly inclement weather in your home state last week,
It was
Phaedra, but we're okay under the roof here.
Yeah, it was quite the tsunami. I mean, water was standing on the pitch.
It was the lightning that looked dangerous.
And that.
It's a run for cover. Everyone got away safely. Will Homer. Well, here's a nice cut from Williams, the Welshman, up to the 10-metre line, but Okoth really well gets back. Still working deep into this game. They know the result's gone, but Okoth just wants to throw his weight around a little bit more.
Hands out now, red.
Clock's in the red, final play. 26-12. Can Kenya finish on a high here? Anya, already a try for him under the post. OU. Tanga. Abakusi. Okoth just loses his footing in front of Waddleton, and Waddleton just snatches it away. Balls over the sideline. And that is the final whistle. Great.
is the Fijian leader on that side. Nick Hogan, over 40 matches already on the series, has the whistle for this one. Alongside me, Phaedra Knight, US Eagle legend for this one. And Fiji, well, when they get flowing, so hard to stop, Phaedra.
Yes, you know they're the hardest team to stop in the series.
Uruguay kicking off from left to right at this brilliant stadium as Mai Samoa catches it first for Fiji. Here's a crack to Manueli Mai Samoa. Jasuba Kurunabili, the big frame, flicks it across to Wasia Nathungu. He floats the ball, not the best pass from the player who scored 130 tries already. Fijian flyer.
Scrum or line out. Scrum or line out. Line out.
Yeah, you don't often see Fiji make those kind of mistakes.
Blue, come to the line.
So there's a look at Fiji, top 4, looking for automatic qualification for the Olympic Games in France. Uruguay looking to avoid the playoff zone, so they want to stay there 11th, or of course better if they can get up there. 29 points, just 4 points separate them and Spain. Here comes Uruguay though, ball in hand in midfield, a nice little flick out the back door as they go through. Baltazar Amaya scored against Great Britain in their 45-5 loss earlier today, looking to bounce back with James McCubbin, debuted in Hong Kong 2022. Across they go, Basso and Amaya looking very active so far in the stage. Into the 22, nice little burst from Batista Basso. That penalty goes to the flying Fijians, and it's a quick tap from Nathungu. Looking to bust out here, score a lot of their tries off tap and turn over possession as well. It's a loop there on that far side, brilliant bit of work, and Bukiano has it, and Fiji are off to the races early on. Filippo and Bukiano will touch down for the first score in this game for Fiji at BC Place in their second pool match.
Yeah, and Bukiano just walked in, but it all started with that turnover ball by Mai Samoa in the breakdown, and they were motoring. You know when they get going, they're hard to stop. That little goose step, just through the hands, and then the offload. The most dangerous offloading team on the planet, we know it. Beautiful work by Fiji.
They're a side that have medaled 3 times this season, silver in Hong Kong, back-to-back bronze, Sydney and Los Angeles. Haven't won a cup title yet. Side coached by the great Ben Gollings, all-time leading points scorer on the series, 2,652 points, and they're starting to jam here, of course, well into our first day of 3 here in Canada on the West Coast. Diego Ordao, who's lifted up really well, takes over the captain duties. They're a side without Mateo Vinales, injured in the last event in Los Angeles. He's normally their go-to player, so ruck time here, they're able to scoop it up, and there are numbers as well. Uruguay put the kick through, it's a clever little one, the chase, Amaya is there, Baltazar Amaya chips it ahead for Uruguay, he's there! The South American flair is back.
I like it, I like it, I like it, Dallin. And Uruguay just takes advantage of Fiji's over-aggression and over-commitment to that ruck. And Amaya boots it down with his football skills and falls on a perfectly bouncing ball. Look at that.
A stunning finish from Los Tanos Sevens to get themselves on the board. And 7 apiece. The flags are flying. Baltazar Amaya has come through the under-20 program, played for their A side, their 15s team as well, and now doing the damage on the HSBC World Rugby 7 series. Changing direction on the kick. Kurunabili is there, but the big jump and the knockdown from McCubbin. It's another kick through, it sits up fortuitously. Filippo Perez scores their second try in quick succession. Uruguay, magnificent.
And the tables are normally turned with Fiji. They're normally the team that's scoring quickly off of the restarts. But you can see Uruguay gets up in the air, retains their own kickoff. And then again, as luck would have it, boom, Uruguay gets on the ball right away. Talk about being in the right place at the perfect time. That's what we just witnessed.
A pinpoint kick as well from Los Teros Sevens, coached by Ivan Dagonjic and Santiago Alfaro. Marcos Perez bounces his own try in, and it's 2 to play in the first half. Uruguay lead 12 points to 7. Remember we said they beat South Africa 10-5 last week. They're aside for the big occasion, that's for sure. But Kunabili can't handle it. It's knocked back yet again, and soccer skills this time. It comes almost. Nathungu reaching really low.
Yeah, it would have served him to probably boot it a little bit before he tried to reach down and grab it. Just a little more patience by Nathungu. And he may have been crossing the whitewash, but as luck would have it, it didn't work out that way for Fiji.
Well, Fiji struggled early on in the opening 7 minutes of their first pool game against Kenya. You can see where Uruguay scored mainly off the set piece, and then, of course, quick tap as well, where the sides love to go. Have a chance to do one of those now if they would like.
Scrum.
And Uruguay just really, at this point, having some confidence in their set piece. They know that they can breach this defensive line of Fiji. They've got speed on both sides. They've already proven it, so that's a good look for them.
Uruguay back here for the first time since 2018. Got a handful of players that are in their squad that have that memory and experience. So here they come. Amaya around the short side. So dangerous. Throws a dummy and gets a strong fend as well. Puts him on the front foot. Stays in the field of play. Guillermo Lichtenstein, known as Tito, gets it away. Ordao. Good hands here. Crossfield they work. Thomas Echeverri is there for Uruguay. Just bringing tremendous intensity to this game. On the far side they go yet again. Amaya. Been involved in everything. Fiji off to make a lot of tackles here as we close this first half. They're up 12-7. Maisamo shoots in, and that pass almost connects with a 3-on-2. Echeverri receives it and is driven back in a big tackle by Rasaku. And Uruguay will put this one into the stands. Will Lichtenstein, and what a first half. It's Uruguay that have a lead against Fiji by 12 points to 7. Wow, what a opening 7 minutes. If you're not on your game at this level, anything can happen, Phaedra.
Yeah. Fierce start by Uruguay. Take a look. See, obviously, Uruguay in the forefront on the try scored. They've made 3 visits into Fiji's 22, significantly beating them on the carries. Fiji, on the other hand, has made 9 tackles. But Uruguay's had most of the possession, so they haven't had to do that so much. Errors, take a look at that. 2 errors by Fiji have cost them dearly as they fall back. And Uruguay doing quite well with the offloads. Who beats Fiji in offloads, Dallin?
Stop chasing and lost causes and breakdowns. Malua, Matata. That's it. Keep ball. Make sense? 45s on kickoffs. Keep the ball. Score. Set. 37, stay. We go.
It's the HSBC Canada 7. South Africa coming up against Japan after this, and Impi Fissa is all geared up and ready to go. Japan will have other ideas, and they'll be taking hints from the current game because Uruguay lead Fiji 12 points to 7. It's tasty here at BC Place. All sorts of outfits on display. A brilliant venue for international rugby here in Western Canada. Everything goes, Phaedra.
Yes, you've got the hunted and you've got the hunters. A little bit of everything up here in Vancouver.
3 days this time, a combined event with the men and the women. And we're back underway. Fiji trailing 12-7. Uruguay on the right received this one. Pool C clash. Uruguay dropped their first game, 45 points to 5, but are bouncing back so far in the opening 7. Meanwhile, Fiji beat Kenya 31 points to 12. Looking to skip through one there is James McCubbin. Secures Echeverry. Releases on this near side. He takes it now into the corner. There's a 21-year-old. Ordao. Good skills here from Uruguay as they stretch the field. Amaya, so active in the first half. Gets hit high.
I've got a shoulder to the head. Is that what you've got?
Yeah, angry.
So we're at yellow card?
Yeah.
Yellow card. High tackle. Time still off.
Yeah, that was a nasty collision there. See, oh, he just runs into the Fijian player. I don't know if that was actually an attempted tackle without a wrap, perhaps.
Are we all good?
Let's see what
time on. Yeah.
Yeah, yellow card in the end. Just saw that Kurunabili will go to the side. He's a very tall player. Tried to get a photo with him last week. I had to jump on a ladder. Then I could finally get a selfie. Big Kurunabili. Well, he'll sit on the side for 2, Fedra.
Yeah, and that puts Fiji under a lot of pressure. Obviously, they struggled in the first half to contain this.
You guys stay there.
Uruguay
and I'll make sure they come to the line.
Attack. Playing short of man. It's going to be tough.
So
Let's
here
come,
we go.
please. Let's come now. Yes.
So they finished 12th in Los Angeles, Uruguay. Looking to upset these favourite Rugby Sevens nations. To the short they go. Echeverry, secure ball. Akos Perez. There's Amaya, puts another kick through. Rasaka was there, though. He receives it for Fiji. Now's their chance, even though they have 6 on the field. It's a highly dangerous 6, that's for sure. And Luciano Thungu steps a couple. Drops a few to the ground as Mbukayaro puts on some footwork himself and gets the fend also. Mbukayaro finds Rasaku, almost collects off the second knock.
First one white.
And that was the pressure of the Uruguayan defense to get into that passing line and create a little bit of havoc.
Perfect. Thank you. 10.
Good movement.
10.
They're just such manipulative footwork by Fiji, but you can see Uruguay just really working hard.
Head injury assessment.
Getting into the passing line and harassing
the
attack.
doctor. No. The doctor has asked that he has to do a head injury assessment. Okay.
They really want this.
That's right, head injury assessment. We heard there from our referee, so it has to go to the side. And so player safety at the forefront, and brilliant to see this is protocol for World Rugby as well. Must leave the field. Got to check he's okay. We can't take any chances. So
do we have a sub on? Sub. We need a sub on, please. It's come from the doctor.
Has to be replaced.
Yeah, he's not happy about that. He wants to play, but it's in his best interest to get checked.
It has come from the doctor who has checked it, so we must do it, okay? Yes.
So these two sides, they last met December in Cape Town. Fiji won 38 points to nothing. Uruguay lead with 5 to go.
5:03 to go.
Can Ben Gollingside bounce back in this pool game? Great Britain, of course, await them tomorrow's clash. They're 2-0 so far. Uruguay with possession from Liechtenstein. Physiotherapist during the day. Rugby player as well. Across they drift. Grige gets it away. Good ball for Uruguay on that far side. Bautista Basso stutters back in field. Excellent work from the wing 3/4.
No, never lost it.
Now he picks it up around the fringes. Helped out there from Ignacio Alvarez. Uruguay, one quick ball. Don't forget they're a player up as well. Ordao finds that free player now. Tomas Echeverry. Echeverry reaching for the corner. They're starting to celebrate at Uruguay. We'll get confirmation, but they may have scored their third try.
Walk away. No, that's not rugby. Walk away.
And it's getting a little bit emotional down there. Tempers are flaring.
We need to check the try.
I believe the try's been scored.
Yes.
I can't say if there's foul play or not, so I'll check that, but I believe the try's been scored.
We'll go try.
Tomas Echeverri has Uruguay's third try. A wonderful strike.
Yeah, they just won the foot race. They moved the ball quite well, skipped it over into space. Take another look here on the breakdown on the far side of the field. And then look at that looping pass. And Echeverri just backs himself one-on-one with some great Fijian defense. Extends himself, puts his body on the line, Dallin.
It's only his third try on the HSBC World Rugby 7 Series, but it's a vital one. It's given his country a 10-point lead with 3.5 to go. And look at that. 5 points gaining from that sin bin effect to Joshua Bakurnabili. History is in the making. This will be their first ever victory for Uruguay against Fiji. They kick high. And a great take here. Mai Samoa has possession. Desperate times to score twice here for Fiji. Around the fringes, they flirt. Across they work. Karnivalu goes up the middle. Higanasa. Jerry Tuwai is on the park as well. Two-time Olympian. To the short side they work. But Renga gets hit high. Tuwai wants to get on with things.
Yes.
Jerry Tuwai. Whoa, what a beautiful step. And releases to the short side. That's better from Fiji. Josesi Mbataranga, a 23-year-old, almost tackled over the line a couple of times and then puts it down.
And we say it all the time, Jerry Tuwai is something quite special. Look at this footwork as he just offloads it to Batarega. Batarega just showing his resilience, brushing off the tackle, high tackle nonetheless, to make that conversion a little bit easier to kick.
It's a big frame, 6'1", 102 kilograms, 17-14. Flags are back up for Fiji, but they still trail on the scoreboard. That's a look at the timeline there. Uruguay had a purple patch in the middle. 1:40 to go. So they're having fun, win or lose. Ben Gollings looks on, nervous Englishman leading this Fijian side. Highest try scorer back in the time was 220, now been overtaken. But he's still the all-time leading point scorer as well. Played for England from 2000 to 2011. The restart's vital here. Echeverri has it for Uruguay. Able to dish it off there to Ignacio Faciuolo. They've got to play keep ball here, Uruguay. Orders from their coach, Ivo Tagonje. Diego Ardao fights to the ground. His brother Manuel plays for the Los Teros 15 side as well. Little gap opens up in midfield. Well supported. There's Faciuolo. Massive hit and the ball spits free.
And the tackle.
It'll eat up time off the clock as well.
Lock on.
Yeah, big defense. Looks like Fiji's starting to turn things around a little bit. But they've got the clock against them. And a 3-point deficit. You take a look. Uruguay with 36% of their tries from set pieces. That's pretty good.
Well, particularly because they have one right now as well, as you said. 17-14, they lead, 20 seconds to go on the clock for a famous victory here at BC Place. To the ground they go. Valentin Grige, who's coming to the side. Penalty is theirs.
Full release. Release. Let's go. Yes.
Los Teros Sevens tap, and they throw it back. They've got to kick this one out. They do. They've done it. Uruguay, for the very first time on the HSBC World 7 Series at beaten Fiji. Final score 17 Uruguay, 14 Fiji. What a moment for South American rugby. And you can see why they are core side on the series. Uruguay have stunned the Flying Fijians in this pool game. Brilliant moments for Los Teros Sevens. Unbelievable scenes. And Diego Ordao is getting out there. Let's get some reaction. Rupert Cox has the captain now for Uruguay.
Diego, what a moment. You just made history, beating Fiji for the first time in your history. How special is that?
It's too special. I'm feeling so grateful for the team. They deliver everything in the field. Every time, every second, pushing forward, just thinking about that second and not anything else, nothing more. And I'm so excited. I think the previous game wasn't our best impression, our best game, and we knew that we could do better, and that didn't disappoint us. And well, we said that there was no impossible for us. And here we are, beating Fiji for the first time, our first time here as a core team. So all I have to say is thank you to all the team and my teammates.
Congratulations, wonderful moment, well played.
Thanks very much.
So here's a look at Pool C. You can see Great Britain there in the charge, but Uruguay have certainly changed things up in this pool. Fiji and Uruguay with 1-1 each. Pool B comes up, and it's South Africa, the third-ranked side, against Japan, the Brave Blossoms, 16th in the world. Two sides on different tracks, of course. South Africa, very disappointing weekend in Los Angeles, but it's a new chance for them to see what they can do here at BC Place, one of the most successful sides here in Vancouver. I'm Donald Stanford alongside former US Eagles Sevens captain Madison Hughes. And what do you make of the South African side at the moment?
South Africa didn't go as well as they wanted to last week, and they were scuffling early against the French, but then fought back to tie it right at the final whistle. So they'll take some positivity out of that this morning, but no, they really need to kick on. And for them, points difference could prove crucial, so they need to have a big win here against Japan.
Francisco Gonzalez is our referee for this one. It's an important pool clash. South Africa, as you mentioned, tied France 19-all. Japan lost to Argentina 31 points to 12. Sheikh Soizwapi scored 2 tries earlier in that game. And Tiger Ishida and Kipa Ishida getting on the board there. The veteran in picture, Kameli Lachinara Soijima, will be important in this fixture. Welcome to our South African fans. Early hours in the morning. Good evening to our Japanese fans. Japan famously hosted the 2019 Rugby World Cup, in which South Africa won. The Springboks, a brilliant nation. Now they go head-to-head here at BC Place. First possession for Japan, and Impi Fissa steals it for South Africa. Early touches, and Mfundo Glovo gets it on the outside. Shilton Van Beek finds Sheikh Soizwapi. He's shaking and baking here in North America, and scores the opener.
Dream start and classic South Africa, turning it over the breakdown, quickly moving out wide, and Soizwapi scores in the corner. Simple hands. There's a nice little pass under pressure just before that one. But Soizwapi, he knows exactly where the line is. Baiting the defender, using his footwork, didn't need the fend in the end. And dream start for South Africa, and exactly how they all want to do. The second half against the French, they really took it up a notch, and they've carried it on here and continuing to show that they can play that.
Ricky Duarte raises the flag, 7-0. Sheikh Soizwapi first played lock when he joined the rugby team back at Dale, and then ended up on the wing. Soizwapi working his way up the list as well. Try scored. Fabian Uries, Cecil Africa, and Sibela Sanatla are ahead of him. The fans certainly enjoyed that as well. Japan with Lachinara Soijima approaching 200 matches for Japan. Side coach by the great Simon Amor. Give away another penalty as well, just outside the 22.
Yeah, that looks very similar to the last kickoff, pretty much exactly the same spot. And something South Africa have done for years, gone away from it a little bit over the last couple of years, but put it up high, don't really try and compete, but then attack that breakdown very, very hard. It's paid off for them at the start of this game.
Yeah, South Africa, so try scored from tap and a set piece, predominant for them. Coached by Sandile Ngobo and Philip Snyman. And we mentioned that LA tournament. They haven't featured in LA very well in the last 2 years. They could have won the series last year, but bombed out there. And this time, 1-2 and lost 4.
Set. Hold.
1-1 and lost 4, in fact. Samoan loss will certainly sting them, but they're here for a new day one. Some nice stepping, of course, in midfield from Van Wyk. Visser with that face guard. Takes it with Duarte, and now Ndlovu moves it to the left-hand side. Short line, big Zane Davids came battering in.
David saw the line beckoning. I think was just thinking about how he was going to celebrate once he'd scored, but unfortunately the ball just bounced off his hand. It was thrown pretty hard at He's slightly adjusted the angle, and I wonder if the pass was just going to where he would have been if he hadn't adjusted there, but it was a nice line. South Africa, though, yeah, still not quite hitting exactly how they want to. The tap stat is really interesting because South Africa do use their defense to get those penalties, and then they strike very, very quickly. So I think that's reflective in the fact that a lot of their tries do originate with those tap penalties.
Set. Gold.
South Africa, gold medalists in Dubai, silver in Sydney. Japan with possession. Oguchi gets it away. Looking for some speed on the outside. Some nice footwork there from Maweki Fukushi's new into the squad this weekend. Haven't seen him for a while, but they concede a penalty, so Shilton van Wyk goes quickly. Davids now. A short ball, it's a lovely line. He runs in so well, does Christy Grobbelaar. And the man from Drosti scores for SA.
And it's that old formula, penalty, 2 quick passes in under the post, and South Africa using the defense. Inaccuracy from Japan at the breakdown, just when they got in behind South Africa, and against these top sides, that is what counts against you. It's when you've started to get some forward momentum, you have to keep that going, cannot afford mistakes. And South Africa, it's a really nice line here. Off the pass from Zane Davids, just straightens up, and Grobbelaar in under the post.
He's a deceptive runner. Here's Christy Grobbelaar, 22 years of age. He's a wine farmer in his spare time. Hopefully we'll get an invite next time we're at the Cape Town Sevens, Christy. Just saying. So they rig up 14-0, 3 to go in the first half. Looking for their first win here in the pool after tying France 19-all. Batted back in. Visser does brilliantly. Davids is there. Gets it to Duarte in midfield. Van Wyk across to Soizwapi. Shakes, just stretches the legs. Takes a couple of players with him. It's good recycling. Mfundo Ndlovu again in midfield. Here's Davids. Visser, ball and all, finds Grobbelaar again. Well into the 22 for the blitz box. Visser throws a big dummy. Does MP Visser, and he will get through. MP for South Africa, and they have their third at BC Place.
Oh, MP Visser with 3 marvelous bits of skill in that. Firstly from the kickoff, and then, yeah, the little dummy at the end and goes in. But, yeah, he really had 3 really different but fantastic bits of play there, showing off the footwork, showing off the handling, and then the aerial ability from the kickoff as it just drifted slightly long. And a really good first half from South Africa here, just putting pressure on Japan with their defense, and then taking their opportunities with ball in hand.
3 converted tries so far. MP Visser, player who played with the UP Tuks, won the Varsity Cup. So that's how they got through 3 times. MP Visser, you can wear his costume for Halloween coming up later this year. I'm sure it'll be in sale soon. High kick for Japan. They need a way back here, but they don't get the restart. And Ndlovu, couple of kicks. Noguchi's almost there, and Ryan Oosthuizen is on the field. Dives for this one. And Ndlovu, all South Africa so far. Wide ball for Soizwapi, who sprints onto this one. It's a lovely pass for the winger, and he has his second try in this game.
Simple once again for South Africa. It was a nice little pass here from Duarte, putting Soizwapi in space, and when he hits onto the ball flat like that, no one is going to be able to catch him in that sort of space. South Africa just continuing to build the scoreline, as we mentioned earlier, could prove vitally important after their draw this morning with the French. Quite likely, in fact, the pool comes down to points difference between someone for one of those quarterfinal spots, which are so crucial as we look at the season standings.
Shakes scores again. And Argentina the other side in the pool as well. Kick will go to the side, 26 points to nothing. Shake Soares Wapi approaching his 50th event as well on the HSBC World Rugby 7 Series. Debuted back in Hong Kong in 2016. Japan haven't really been out of their half much in the opening 7, and Impi Visser again grabs it for the blitz box. Duarte finds a short ball. Shilton van Beek and Lobu. Much better half this from South Africa. Zane Davids again goes in. Penalty for SA.
And South Africa with their third turnover there straight from the kickoff. Japan just showing no ability in this half to take the kickoff and get into their attacking play. 2 at the breakdown, and yeah, 1 there just off the tap. So for Japan, when you can't get your hands on the ball, and the little times they have had it, they've turned it over very quickly, and South Africa have struck. So a very good half here for South Africa, and I'm sure they'd love to put another one in before the half.
South Africa have won 30 of these fixtures. The only time they lost was back when the series began, 99-2000. Of course, South Africa the only side to play in all 200 tournaments since then. Winning the series 4 times. Duarte goes open side. Ricky Duarte almost intercepted. Couple knocks from both sides. That'll take us to the halftime break in this Pool B clash. It's all South Africa so far. They lead Japan by 26 points to 0. A much better opening 7 from Sandile Ngobo and Philip Snyman's charges.
Absolutely, I think they'll be pleased with that after the performance this morning, which, while the comeback, I'm sure they'll be very pleased with the first half, especially against the French. So I think they'll like how they came out with an intensity and urgency and took the game to Japan right from the beginning. And yeah, using their defense to create opportunities in attack. And I think that's what South Africa's identity has been built around for about close to a decade now. So I think they'll like that. That was kind of what gave them success in that half. The Japanese, I think they'll be disappointed. Just when they had the ball, they turned it over very quickly. Inaccuracy at the breakdown, handling errors. But South Africa put them under pressure and it made them pay. And South Africa, I think, will like to continue that. They will be looking at this point differential and knowing that every single point could prove vital, especially with that game against Argentina coming up later on. And Argentina so strong last weekend.
The HSBC Canada 7s. After this, we have Argentina against France. Las Pumas 7s. They made the final against New Zealand last week. In France, who tied South Africa 19-all, looking to shake up this pool. We heard one of the South Africa's coaches, Philip Snyman, says the telling is 0-0, meaning the score is 0-0. Let's get the second half underway. They're up 26-0 against Japan, the Brave Blossoms, who are ranked 16th. South Africa dropped from 2nd to 3rd after winning just 1 game last week. Beat Canada and lost to Uruguay, Ireland, Fiji and Samoa. But it's a beautiful thing about the Sevens World Series. Every tournament presents a new opportunity. South Africa, who are the most successful team here in Canada, have it through Shilton van Beek. So is Wapi still on the field. Duarte, such a lovely balanced runner, gets a lot of footworks going. He slices through. Tricky Ricky gets the shiny shoes going. And the young gun starts off the second half for the Blitzbox in style.
Duarte, an incredible solo effort and been a star performer for South Africa this season, and had a crucial kick against the French to tie it up at full time. It comes from the kickoff. South Africa dealing with it reasonably well, getting the ball in Duarte's hands, and he's cuts through a gap. And he uses his footwork to put the defenders off balance, using his power as well, and then has the speed to finish it off and starts South Africa well. In the second half, Japan not quite going their way, I think. Yeah, when it rains, it pours, and struggling to get anything going against South Africa here.
Ricardo Duarte, schoolboy star at Stellenbosch, played alongside former Blitzblock Angelo Davids. So, comes from a great program. He'll take a moment to go to the side. 33 points to nothing. South Africa, who won here in 2019 and twice in 2021, were in Edmonton and Vancouver then. It's a deep restart, Japan. Haven't had much to go their way in this game. Karevi is on the field. Dangerous ball. It's a loose one, but they scoop it up really well. And then, as I say, that ball thrown waywardly towards the touchline. And to help out is Yoshiyuki Koga. And then Matsumoto. Big hit coming in and dummy thrown as well from Joshua Karevi. Oh, massive hit yet again. Impi Fissa flies in. Almost pinched possession, but it stays with Japan and Karevi, the 30-year-old. Japan recycle well to the far side. Looking for a jump step, doesn't come from Ishida. Now it does. From Kipe Ishida to Tiger Ishida. They link really well. Japan looking to go the distance. Try-saving tackle, but the support run is there. Yoshihiro Noguchi scores a fabulous 5-pointer for Japan. They go into him.
Great try for Japan, and fair play to them, continuing to fight, continuing to work hard for one another, even with the scoreline going against them. For the Japanese, looking at this pool, they'd have known it was going to be a tough ask. So moments like this where they can gain some confidence, they can gain some excitement, will pay off for them as they look at the games later in the tournament. They're going to be crucial for them as they look to climb in the standings. I think they probably looked at this pool, knew that making the quarterfinals might not be possible, but if they can have some good moments, then as they look at those like kind of bold quarterfinals, semi-finals of the games tomorrow, those are the games they need to start winning and that they've been losing so far this season.
Spot on there, Tiger Ishida. What a breakout to get that offload away. Yeah, they finished 14th in Los Angeles and equaled their best finish, which was Hong Kong 14th as well. 33 points to 7. Ball sits for South Africa. They knock it on.
And now South Africa starting to make the mistakes of the kickoff. So it just shows you when you have that good moment, starts to put some pressure on your position. And now we'll see if Japan can build on that. They've got that great individual try. Now they've forced the mistake on the kickoff. These are the moments. If you can now pair together a
so congrats to them. Kirshen Weir. Well, he worked as a waiter a couple of months to make ends meet, then got the opportunity to join the Stellenbosch Academy of Sport. Now he's in the South African setup, of course, debuting here. So is Noor Haywood.
Set. Hold.
But possession for Japan. 3 to play. Noguchi featured in midfield. Oh, the nice dummy as well. Great bit of skill. Takinaka going the distance. He'll slide in. Kipe Taninaka has scored one of the best on the series by himself.
Taninaka, what a fantastic play. He just straightens up here, shakes Soyezwapi on one-on-one. And not many people just go around shake Soyezwapi like that. What a fantastic try for Taninaka, stepping up, making it happen for his team. And these are fantastic moments for Japan. They had so much go against them for the first 10 minutes of this match. Then they scored that great try. They forced the mistake, and now they've scored another. And this is fantastic moments that Japan can take a lot of confidence from.
What a way to score your first try on the HSBC World Rugby 7 Series. Remember the name, Kipe Taninaka, as Japan's second score. 33 points to 12. An impressive run from the 22-year-old.
I love that on your debut, looking up, seeing a series veteran opposite you and saying, hey, I've got no fear, I'm going to take you on. And Taninaka pays off for him big time there and pays off for Japan.
Come on.
That's the voice of former US Sevens captain Madison Hughes. I'm Dallin Stanford. Welcome wherever you're tuning in from around the globe. We look to close out day one with A few more matches still to come. Of course, will go well into the evening, past 9 p.m. local time. This is Pool B. South Africa winning 33-12 with 2 to go. Some steps in midfield, but Japan pinch it after the knock-on. They leave it behind, but Yakushiji is there, rides the tackle. Ndlovu to the left, Japan work. A nice step off the left. Taninaka getting involved again, but it's been pinched. Krobala wants to go the other way for the blitz box, and he's found a bit of space on that far side. Christy Krobala then finally finds a switch. Oh, it's a great ball back to the inside, and the debutant will go in for South Africa. What a moment. Noah Haywood will get the jump and the hug from every single South African player. His first try for the blitz box.
Oh, it's always a great moment. You can see his teammates so happy for him. Scoring that first try in the World Series came from the Japanese mistake after the South African turnover. But Krobala does a fantastic job calming his team down, taking it forward, getting some forward momentum, and it just pulled the whole Japanese defense out of the line, and it opens up the space. And South Africa in for another try, and they needed that. The first game, their first half was really poor. Second half, they did very well. This game, such a good first half, but they'd really slipped off in the second half. So a good moment for them as they kind of reload into the end of this match and look ahead to tomorrow morning.
Yeah, points for the new guns. Gershon Ware gets the conversion. Noah Hay with the try. Play with the DHL Western Province at Youth Week, and then Lions under 19 side. It's apparently roommates with Tricky Ricky. Said Ricky's quite a messy roommate, so Mr. Duarte will have to clean things up. 40 points to 12. Final play in this pool game. South Africa will pick up their first win after tying France 19-all. Japan will drop their second, but they've had some great moments in this game. Down they go with Koki Yashushiji. So his Wapi's there with a penalty. He taps to Krobala and Murphy to the right-hand side. Haywood steps, tries to get the ball back, comes off the head of Karevi. He has it for Japan. One of their players down hurt in back play. The Brave Blossoms. Takamasa Marua. Well, there is an injury.
It's unfortunate. Japan choosing to go in the direction of the man who was injured, so that I think means that safety issue, can't play where he's down and looking like he's in need of some attention. So I don't know, Dan, will that take us to the final whistle, or are we going to restart play because it was stopped for the injured player? I'm not sure on the laws there.
Madison, you're the expert here. That's why you're here, my friend. Follow the action of World Rugby Sevens. Meanwhile, I think it could be full-time there. Yes, it is full-time. And it's South Africa with a convincing win here. Debutants getting on the board as well. They win by a score 40 points to 12 against Japan. So South Africa back to winning ways here at BC Place. And it's the next one, Argentina against France. To talk you through it is Hall of Famer Gareth Rees.
Thank you, Dallin. Great action here at the HSBC Canada Sevens. Big one coming up, Argentina and France. They both started the day in good shape. Argentina absolutely dominated Japan, 31 points to 12. And for the French, they clawed a result 19-all against the South African team that you just saw with a big victory. So much to play for here in Pool B. Great to be here under the dome in Vancouver. Gareth Rees delighted to be joined by former U.S. Eagles captain Madison Hughes. And Madison, it's an important match for this pool. This will decide it, I would think, in many ways.
Yeah, really important for both teams. France started off so brightly against South Africa this morning. We're up 19-0, allowed South Africa to come back and tie that right at the end. So I think they'll be a little disappointed with how that one ended up, but have a lot of confidence going to this matchup with Argentina. For Argentina, last week ended up going so well, but they were just short. This morning they started off brightly, but they'll know Japan was always going to be the weaker team in the pool. And these games against France, against South Africa, that's where they've got to prove their mettle, and that's where they've got to get into this quarterfinal.
Lots to come. The Welshman Ben Breakspear is on the whistle. The second match of day one here in Vancouver for these teams. Argentina playing from left to right in their traditional white and baby blue hoops. Les Bleus dans les maillots bleus. Their blue jerseys for France. Penalty against Argentina early on at the breakdown. As we said, a French team that started so well in that match against South Africa, up 19-0 in the first half, looking so fluid, and then it all came apart in the second half. Tackle complete. The knees on the ground. He hasn't released the ball. It's a funny call there.
Yeah, I think the referee deciding he had released it. Sajak just getting back onto it very, very quickly, getting the turnover. And Argentina, good defensive set there. It's interesting, they got Moneta in the middle of the field for that initial defensive set. So be interesting to see if from those kickoffs any teams look to exploit the fact he's in the middle and not on the edge, and maybe you can release a speedster against one of Argentina's big forwards.
Of course, Marcos Moneta in the 13 jersey, the former World Sevens Rugby Player of the Year. He is the danger man in any kind of space. They've got options both sides. They go with the flow. There is Moneta on the ball. So fast. The subject, he's the power man. He keeps that ball alive. They're asking questions of the French right across the park. Mano, why was unmarked, but they won't need him. Powering through Luciano Gonzalez for the Pumas.
Gonzalez straightening up when Argentina had a big, big overlap. But he has the power, he has the strength to get through these tackles and get over the line. It started from the scrum, so it's interesting. Moneta usually plays on the wing. From that center scrum, they line him up in the middle of the field. That means when he drags across, you've got 3 or 4 French defenders chasing him across the field. So then when Argentina come back, they do have that overload on the other side. So Argentina, a clever tactic of just switching up where they have their speed player, and it pays off there to get the opening score.
And you've played against him many times. Luciano Gonzalez, only 5'9", but bundles of power.
Oh yeah, you see him coming steaming at you. You know you got to brace for a big contact. Yeah, brings it every single time. Not a tall player, but he brings his power in the contact.
Well, there's a man who famously led his team to victory here just before COVID hit us. Santiago Gomez-Cora, a great player, but also now a great coach. Since won another gold medal and lost in the final last week. There's Moneta with a touch. Can he get another one? Looking for the bounce. The Pumas world champions in football. And now Moneta showing his foot skills with a second try.
I mean, it really is remarkable from Marcos Moneta. He did this last week too. The ball's bouncing up with 3 or 4 players right around. You think there's no way he's going to be able to get his hands on it. Somehow it does end up in his arms. And that time he falls down over the line. I mean, it's a great little delicate touch through. It's the second one's fantastic. But then here, how on earth does that ball end up in Marcos Moneta's hands rather than one of those French players? He does so well. I mean, his kicking skills really do differentiate him from a lot of the other speedsters on the circuit and lead to a lot of tries. He just does so well there under pressure.
Madison, I suppose, a rematch of the FIFA World Cup final from Qatar. And once again, it's Argentina. Let's see if France can change the result. Half of this first half played, and Argentina's up by 2 converted tries. The second one through Marcos Moneta, your 2021 World Rugby Men's Sevens Player of the Year. Oh, the aerial work supreme from Argentina, but France has got their hands on it. Oh, and they're guilty of arriving. Perez goes off his feet, doesn't support his own weight.
Yeah, just no Argentinian player coming in to contest the contact, and that means that when Perez flies in, not quite in control of his body weight as he enters the contact point, goes onto his hands. Easy visual for the referee, and it just puts France in an even bigger hole and will give Argentina the chance, although they do miss touch on this kickoff, so letting France off the hook there.
Yeah, some reprieve. Perez taking it deep on his own try line. Offers to Logel. He never goes down with the first tackler, Jonathan Logel. Huge servant of this French Sevens effort. Looking wide, Paul Lorette. He's had a couple of very good weeks. And again, France guilty of falling off their feet. Jordan Sefo this time. Quick tap from Argentina. Short ball, it's on. And guess who? Right down the middle. The power, the pace of Luciano Gonzalez one more time.
Exactly the same mistake in the breakdown from France, just not supporting their body weight in the contact point. And that just prevents you from pairing together, prevents you from being able to get any sort of momentum. Moneta dragging across the field, attracts defenders, and then Luciano Gonzalez straightening up, shrugs off the first defender, as he so often does, and has the power to get over the line. And for France, I mean, they had such a good first half of their first game, but that second half against South Africa, this first half against Argentina, have not been able to continue that momentum. and it's starting to put them in a bit of a hole in this group now.
Time off, please.
Gonna have time off here. Some subs on the field. Gonzalez made his debut way back in 2017 in Wellington in the cake tin. Just a huge force.
Time back on.
Referee Brake Spear is going to put time back on here.
Okay.
Argentina happy to control the pace, and they do have a kick clock that's counting down, so they'll take all that time. It's right at the end in the advertising signage here in Vancouver. With 2 seconds left, he kicks it. Logel keeps it, tries to keep it alive. It's off his hand and will be in Argentina lineup.
Argentina throw. Argentina throw.
And Argentina once again keeping possession, and for France, they just can't get their hands on the ball. Every time they've had the ball, I think within one phase, they've committed an infraction at the breakdown, and that's prevented them from building any sort of momentum. And Argentina have punished them ruthlessly when they've had the ball in hand.
Pellandini to throw in. 3-man lineouts and sevens, normally. Lifting pod. Again, Logel's pod does a better job for him, and he gets lifted right in front of that. This is crucial at the end of this first half for France to get back in the game. Ball in one hand by Jean-Pascal Varac. Coming back. Logel ships it wide and early. Good pressure and line speed from Rodrigo Iskro. Takes away the space there from Jorge Simon. Perez stumbling. He's lifted up by Osadze, the man mountain. Now he's down, tackle complete. Short side. Paulin Rivad down, penalty against Argentina. The dying seconds of the first half here. Show and go, almost getting loose is Simon. He's just brought down Perez, who's taken a beating here in the first half. Lorette slides across the front, but Argentina up to it in defense. It's a good one-on-one battle off the right foot. The help arrives inside, still going, still swerving. He's kept it, and Perez has just got in front of him.
Yeah, Brack just weaving across the field, and these teammates were just not sure about where he was trying to go. It looked like the first one-on-one matchup was the best opportunity. He had the ball with a lot of space on the outside, choosing to cut back on the inside, and that just, put his teammates in two mind, crossing penalty, and Argentina are able to take it halftime.
High fives all around for the Pumas. It's all Argentina, up 21 points to 0 over France.
And clinical performance in that first half from Argentina, really just controlling possession, forcing mistakes out of France, and scoring tries when they had the opportunities. And France really just had no ball in hand almost until the very end of that half, when they were able to pair together a couple phases before they then committed the penalty that gave the ball back to Argentina. And France will be really, really disappointed, I think, with how they've continued on after their first half against South Africa this morning, where they were playing fantastic rugby, scoring tries, putting pressure on the opposition, and then they handed the momentum back to South Africa. And in this first half, they've allowed Argentina to dominate possession and made a lot of crucial mistakes that have prevented them from gaining any sort of momentum.
Madison, there was a lovely moment in the earlier game. Big upset of the tournament so far. Uruguay defeating Fiji, the great rugby nation of Fiji. And Argentina were warming up in the end zone, and Gaston Rivol was noticing. He kept an eye. We sort of stopped his warm-up to watch this historic moment for South American rugby. Uruguay beating Fiji.
No, I mean, that's such a cool win for Uruguay, and I'm sure for Argentina, like their neighbors, they play against each other a lot, they know each other better, and it's been really incredible for South American rugby, the growth, the resurgence almost they've had in the last few years. Argentina obviously have really kicked on to join some of those top tier 15s nations and in sevens as well, but also Uruguay and Chile. I mean, it's been to the detriment of our countries in USA and Canada.
The HSBC Canada Sevens under the dome. A little different than last week in Los Angeles, where this team, Argentina, made the final. Only able to put the silver around their necks. But 2 years ago in this stadium, they dominated everyone, and Argentina put the gold. We'll see what happens this weekend. Roselle will not be happy. France, as you said, no real possession, meaningful incursions into the Argentinian territory. They'll need something quick. And they're not going to get it from that kick that doesn't reach the 10-meter line.
That's an unfortunate mistake for Perez, and yeah, that really hurts France. You go into those halftime huddles, you have a big talk, we need to do this, we need to do that. We're coming out of it with urgency, with energy, and that just immediately deflates you at the beginning of the second half, pushes you, forces you to come up with, okay, we're not worrying about that, we've got to move on, focus on the next task, but it really kills that momentum you bring coming out of halftime.
And even worse tactically, that midfield scrum, you see options both sides, Mineta in behind the scrum. So dangerous.
And we saw Argentina score earlier in this game from a midfield scrum like that, with Mineta pulling over to the right-hand side.
No movement for the ball. Time on. Crouch!
Great shot midfield. You see all sorts of space to work in with all 4 of those French defenders in and around the scrum. See where they go. You come to the bottom of your screen. The kick and chase. It's a set move, a set play. Called and executed by Mineta. They don't get the bounce this time. And it's well cleaned up by Varin Pasquet. Well, even in sevens, possession is the king. And even though they're backed up their own try line, this is an opportunity for France. Perez secures it. They go wide. Simon looking for the one-armed offload. Doesn't come off. And the youngster gets his hands on it. Varin Pasquet. Now the skip pass. It's going to bounce up nicely. Perez gritting his teeth, I think intending to go on the outside, but knew he didn't have the beating of Luciano Gonzalez, and they've stolen the ball. Good wet. The one-handed offload doesn't go to hand, but it comes off, and I gotta say, Augustin Fraga done a lot of work cleaning up the mess there. 5 minutes to play. France get the ball back. Two senior men on the outside. Perez is put into space, looking for help inside, and this French side looks actually quite tired. It's a little bit humid and hot, even though we're in under the dome here. And I'm not sure what you think, Madison, but there's not a spark to the game right now.
No, they do really look tired. I mean, Perez, he's got some pace, and the space in front of him, I think you'd usually see him put his head down and try and go for the corner there, but pulls it out, and a poor pass. And you're right, France do look very tired. We can see there France sitting in 7th place. They know that they're in that battle for the top 4 spot. Obviously, they've already qualified as the host nation, so probably not quite as important for them. But Argentina, they're in 2nd place, but they're at the top of it, but they're in the middle of that top 4 fight. So really, these games so important, particularly with the French draw against South Africa this morning. It means that this whole pool could get very messy if results go a certain way.
Yeah, draw always throws a wrench in things. We'll see South Africa the other side. They have a draw and a victory over Japan for their work here on day 1 in Vancouver. This is a Friday evening here, just after 7 p.m. Roselle wants to go quickly. The referee says it's too far away from the mark.
The counter-ruck, you've gone beyond first.
And what's your take, Madison, on because the women are here and because it's a larger tournament, there's 2 games a day for 3 days. It's just a very different format.
It is, and I mean, it presents different challenges. I think you, on the first day, I mean, actually, you're feeling pretty good. You've only got to go 2 games. You're flying. You've got energy. But as the tournament builds, you've got to do more warm-ups. You've got to do more kind of getting up in the morning, and that just adds soreness to your body. And good try here for the French, fighting through, getting their score, and now they've got to kick on. Game really has not gone well so far, but there's still 4 minutes in this match. They can get very close to Argentina. Maybe they can come back. But even if they don't, every point is crucial.
That was Logel who lulled them into confidence, and then probably Riva, the captain, coming up for the try.
Yeah, well struck from the French. It came from the mistake, and it was Argentina committing the penalty for not supporting their body weight in the breakdown there. So we can see how it can go both ways. And now France, they have to kick on at the end of this match. They got a big 3 minutes. I know they got some tired bodies, but this next 3 minutes could decide their tournament.
14 points adrift. That's 2 converted tries. Possession so important. A high kick. Beautifully weighted. Logel's in the air. Who's knocking it where? It's fallen for the Argentinians. And really the man of the match in this one, Gonzalez. He powers forward for more yards, more possession. So fluid. Flying through it, Santiago Alvarez. Not the flash man in this Argentinian outfit, but does so much graft. On behalf of the speedsters like Mineta. Circling around, Rodrigo Isgro. Perennial HSBC Dream Team man. As I said, just before COVID, France has stolen the ball back. Off they go. Come back to that thought. Andy Timo's brought down.
His foot is trapped in the
Quick
ball.
penalty. His foot's trapping the ball. You heard Breakspear. They need something quick. Just over 2 minutes to play here. That one doesn't go to hand. Referee's going to come back. They weren't back 10 meters.
Yeah, France putting pressure on Argentina now, starting to break in behind. It was with their defense causing the turnover and then starting to get in behind. And 2 minutes now left on the clock. The French have really resurged, and you can see there to start the game. It was all French penalties giving Argentina opportunities. Now Argentina are committing those penalties, and that's allowed France to get back into this match and to start building some possessions.
Here we go. The walking tactic of Jonathan Logel. It worked last time. Now he's off. Doesn't use the short run. In fact, he keeps it. So it's off the bench. Secures the ball. Uruguay, he's on too. Threading the line, Jean-Pascal Barak. The second try of 3 required for France.
Wow, France doing such a good job fighting back here. Argentina have taken their foot off the gas. They've allowed France to build it into this game, and the French have done a much better job with their accuracy in attack, being direct, taking the ball forward. And it's been so interesting for both South Africa and France. In each game, they've had a half where they were really off the pace, and then a half where they really controlled and had a fantastic match. And we'll see now, the French crucial conversion doesn't go over. So that's going to mean that they're going to have a very, very hard time coming back and tying or beating Argentina in this game. But even so, they know that this point differential with South Africa could prove crucial if both teams win their last game. So for the French, another try in this match, even if it's not enough to tie Argentina, will be very, very important and something they desperately need.
Okay, just relax
9 points. Just relax a second, said our referee. Easy for him to say.
He needs to clean the blood. Time is off.
There's a little bit of blood that needs to be cleaned up. Yeah, so many options here. Pool play. Points available. And we always knew when the draw was made in Los Angeles last weekend that this was going to be a big fixture, and it's living up to it.
Yeah, I think there are a couple pools people were really looking at that could get very, very spicy, and this is definitely one of them. For the French, they love to kick to Jonathan Logel on this left-hand side. So, going to the right. So mixing it up, but a big kickoff here that just dips a bit deep.
Again, hanging high. Advantage being played for Argentina. It was
always
knocked
backwards
on
under pressure, no advantage.
by Varin Pasquet.
Yeah, Pasquet just not quite able to get his whole body around. I think the kickoff drifting slightly deeper than the French would like. And that it is always a danger when a right footer turns to his right-hand side, is he's got to open his whole body up, and the natural swing of your leg tends to take it to be a deeper kick. And so it proved for the French there, and that's going to allow Argentina probably to see out the rest of this match. And I think for them, if they do what they need to do, points differential isn't important. But if they lose to South Africa later, it could be. So we'll see if they go for another try here.
Tobias Wade in the 10 jersey, fresh off the bench. Been brought in to introduce the ball in this scrum. Good shot of the footwear into this artificial turf. Tusajic almost bobbled that one. He knows his role is to take on the physical, and he does it well. Argentina happy just to grind down this clock. They've got 15 seconds to go. Finding some spaces. Hermann Schultz still driving. 29-year-old done his job there. The hooter's going to sound any second, and that means a ruck, possession, and ball off the field gets a win for Argentina. Off it goes. Alvarez puts the boots to it, and Argentina can celebrate a hardly contested match against the French. They win it 21 points to 12. Wow, Madison, they worked hard for this one.
They did. I mean, the first half, Argentina really dominated the French, just so inaccurate at the breakdown. But that second half, France really fought back, and it took a couple big possessions there from Argentina to make sure they sealed the win. Interesting they didn't try and score at the end. They still have to beat South Africa. If they don't beat South Africa, you're going to have 3 teams tied, and point differential will be very important. So interesting there.
Yeah. Pool B starting to make some sense here. There's a draw in this one, so a few hugs here on day one. And there are the results. Argentina topping Pool B, South Africa right behind him, and the French, with that loss, in a bit of trouble. So much action coming up here out of Vancouver, under the dome. And we've got The super session to come. Samoa, USA, ending up with Aussie and Canada. Join us after the break, back in 10 minutes.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I am. It's a little bit of, yeah, it's not horrible, but that's me. I guess, not really any choice. No, it's gonna be, let me ask her, Haji here for a second. Half a second delay between the microphone and the headset. I'll just warn the coach. Well, okay. Yeah, no, we'll find. Yeah, maybe that'd be good. Yeah, that'll be much better. Thank you.
A very good evening to you. Welcome to our Friday night super session. The HSBC Canada Sevens coming live at you from underneath the big top here at BC Place in Vancouver. Yeah, this is round 7 for the men, round 5 for the women in this unprecedented HSBC World Rugby Sevens series. After we're done here in Vancouver, we go to Hong Kong for the second time this season, Singapore a week later, and then to Europe to round out the season. The women will decide the series title and Olympic qualifiers in Toulouse, and then it's to London, to the home of rugby, Twickenham Stadium, where the men's series champion will be crowned. So here are the standings in the men's competition, as they were after Los Angeles last week. New Zealand lead the way, bit of daylight for them on top spot. Argentina, South Africa and Fiji all in gold at the moment. They're automatic Olympic qualifiers as things stand. But there's plenty to work out as this season unfolds in 2023. Great to have the Canada Sevens back. The crowd here have really enjoyed it. We had thousands of local children, school children in this morning, and in the evening session. Day 1 of 3 here, of course. Here are the numbers as they look. In Pool A, Samoa and New Zealand with 1 win so far. New Zealand 52-0 against the USA, their second ever highest win over the men's Eagles. Into Pool B, 2 rounds done in this group, and it's Argentina who have 2 wins so far. South Africa had a draw and a win so far, but France still in the hunt in this group. It will go all the way to the round 3 of matches. Into Pool C in Great Britain. What a start for them. They topped their pool last week. They're on course to do that again. 2 from 2. But what about the result of Uruguay? For the first time in their history, beating Fiji on the Sevens World Series. The celebrations were something to behold after that one. And finally, into Pool D, it is Ireland and Australia with 1 win apiece each, but still plenty to come out of Pool D as we continue our Friday night super session. So Friday night here in Vancouver, always a special time. We like it too, young man. And they're going to turn down the lights here in BC Place. Something special for us to add to the atmosphere here. Let's have a listen and a look at what Vancouver puts on show on a Friday night. The HSBC Canada Sevens, one of the great stops on the Sevens World Series. We start our Friday night super session with Samoa and the USA. Samoa 5th at the moment overall. They want to get back into the top 4. Of course, they were Cape Town champions. And it's 2 and 3, the last 5 meetings between these two. Here's how they line up. Apelo Maliko and Mataval, the leaders for Samoa. Look to Paul Scanlon to pull the strings. USA got to try and shrug off that 52-0 defeat to New Zealand. They'll look to the experience of Kayvon Williams and Steve Thomasin in his 50th career tournament for the USA. Alongside me on the call for this match is a former Eagle, Phaedra Knight. How do you think the players will be feeling? Shipping over 50 points against New Zealand this morning. How do they recover from that?
Man, they just have to wash it away, Rupert, and just come out as if this is their first pool game. And, you know, it's hard to come back from a big loss like that, but this is a young team. They're very resilient, and, you know, they've got a lot of good new talent out there. Have a great attitude. Spoke with some of the guys last week, and so you know, I think it's something that they can overcome. They've had adversity before them before. This, you know, this program has gone through a lot of ups and downs, and, you know, it's just a matter of turning the mindset to positive and just playing like they are able and capable of playing.
Your referee for this one, Gianluca Gnecchi from Italy. He's nearing his 50th game on the series as a referee. And Samoa, one of the form teams on the series. These two met last week. USA went down 21-0. Almost staged a remarkable comeback. Couldn't quite finish the job, but they need to find something here. They're up against it after that big defeat in their round one game against New Zealand. It'll be Milani Matava and Manu Samoa Sevens who'll get us underway here. Our super session is underway. The fifth seeds, Samoa, running right to left in their blue strip. Perry Baker is off the ball here. Samoa with early possession. They're just going to swing it to the near side here. Over the head of Scanlon. Baker's into it. It's gone forward. He's shoved back. We'll have a scrum, and that'll give us an opportunity to go downstairs and speak to the USA Eagles head coach, Mike Friday. Mike, I've got to ask you the tough question first. Big defeat this morning. How have you got the team back on deck for this one?
I mean, look, we're in a bit of a hole here. We know that. We didn't play well against New Zealand, but we've just got to stay calm, stay in the moment, be confident, and hold ball and keep possession. That's the key. And then defensively, we just need to make our tackles, chop tackles, and win the space. So, look, confidence is fragile. We won't hide from that fact, but we've got to stay in the battle. We've got to keep fighting.
How important are your leaders out there in this situation? Your captain, your leaders, if you can still hear me, Mike. How important are they?
You've gone, Rupert. You've gone.
Okay. Thanks, Mike. Sorry, we've lost comms there, but appreciate your time nonetheless. Thomasine to David Still. Up towards the halfway line. Really do appreciate Mike Friday giving us his time in such a crucial game here. They need to find something through the hands of Tupuola to Perry Baker. So often the difference maker drifts inside. Perry, when required. How often have we seen it? It's the USA who strike first.
And we call him the speed stick for a reason. That last Samoan defender was miles away from tackling Perry Baker. Boy, he caught that ball on the front foot and just, I mean, literally walked across the field, had an angle. And look at the choppiness of those legs. He's got the white spandex on. Compression, it's great start for the U.S.
Try number 248 all time. He actually scored his 200th here in this stadium. With Perry Baker. Areas we haven't seen Carlin Isles, his old buddy, on the series for a little while now. So Perry's been able to streak clear. Conversion successful from Steve Thomasine. He takes the restart as well. Sends it high, straight down the middle. USA need the ball back. They've got it. Kayvon Williams, the captain. Really good start for the team in white here. The Texan, Kayvon Williams, sets the ball back for David Still. Here's Tupuola. We've got Stevie Thomasine just trying to get away from Matavau. Matavau on the red scrum cap does his defensive duty. Perry Baker again. He's got blue shirts in front of him. Cleverly, though, offloads the ball to Tupuola. Here's Thomason. They've lost ground here, but they still have the ball. They won't mind that. Aaron Cummings to Kayvon Williams again. Thomason. Still, crossover athlete, so powerful. And there you go, that's what he can do. David Still is an absolute monster in midfield. He has their second.
And we're seeing that confidence that Mike Friday just spoke about, that this team needed in order to pull their weight in this match. Again, you said it, David Still just manipulating the midfield defense there of Samoa. Such a powerful unit, and with that emphatic pressure down on the try, he's got 5. Wow, what a start by the U.S.
When this guy brings his stuff, they're a different team. Out of the X&O's Academy in Glendale. He has come so far. He's got the smiley face on his head tape there. Perhaps trying to bring some positivity after that defeat to New Zealand 52-0. Good try. 14-0. Mike Friday demanded a response. He's got one so far. Long time to go, though. Again, it's gone forward. Samoan players fallen heavily. We play on advantage USA, says the referee. Everything going their way at the moment. Here's Perry Baker again. Ball's gone loose. Matavau's onto it. Maliko now, danger man for Samoa. He dishes it off quickly. Now we're going to go back. Double knock on is the call.
Yeah, I think U.S. dodged the bullet there. Called the original knock by Samoa.
Just a knock on.
Aaron Cummings, former wrestler. Let's take a look here. Ball just gets knocked out of the hands of Perry Baker. It was good defense by Samoa, but it comes back.
Here's the mark.
Organised team when they're at their best.
Fine.
The USA men's Eagles.
Set.
Tough time for them though at the moment on the series. Well, hitch kick from Tupuola to Cummings. There he is again. Plays the ball back, counteract from Matavau, and Samoa brilliantly done. They've got the ball back. Their attacking game has been outstanding on this series, and a lot of it comes through this guy, Matavau. And David still just forces him over the sideline. It was an unorthodox tackle, but it did the job.
Yeah, you see how Samoa is so dangerous in open field, and David Steele's got the speed to match him. And he just secures by reaching under the shoulder and ensuring that that attacker went into touch.
Yeah, not many people throw Pedro Maliko over the sideline. That the line out isn't straight.
Guys, climb or line out option.
Now these are the errors that the U.S. has to minimize, these unforced errors. Their set pieces are gold for them. Got to focus on those things.
Hey, it's the same! It's the same!
Crouch! Bind!
See, Samoa has scored 35% of their tries off the quick tap.
Matavau. Scanlon gets away, bounces off one who just run it in. Perry Baker just falls over as Paul Scanlon finds a way through. Samoa hit back.
And that was a brilliant work by Scanlon. He had a support runner on his outside who Perry Baker could not resist biting on. He had to play, had to respect. He lost his footing. Tupuola couldn't get to him.
It's his 41st. Samoa, Paul Scanlon, just ties Perry Baker up in knots there. He's their playmaker, one of them. They've got several. Matavau tries to add the extra two, doesn't. So we're going to go to drinks here. 14-5, USA leads Samoa. There's Brian Lima, head coach of this Samoan team with the baseball cap on. Played in 5 Rugby World Cups and 15s, 7s as well. Here's Mike Friday. Interestingly, just a few words from Mike Friday and then leaving the players to it. Not saying too much. Really good start from them, wasn't it, Phaedra? Under all sorts of pressure in this game to score 2 early tries, both converted, just what they wanted.
Yeah, they retained both of their kickoffs, the U.S., which was quite helpful. It gave them a platform to really run it down the Samoan attacks or defense's throat. He's such a leader, Thomasine, for this team.
Coming up next, the All Black Sevens. She lost to Spain here in this stadium for the first time ever, a couple of years ago. But also in Pool A are the USA and Samoa. Thomason goes long off the restart, lifted high as Mataval. 2 tries, plays 1 try, both converted for the USA, 14-5. Big defeat for them against New Zealand this morning. They need a win here against a team who are 3 places above them on the series standings. After 6 rounds, Los Angeles last week. Mataval
on the ground,
tackle coming in from Aaron Cummings. He's got to be careful. Mataval was ducking. Perhaps got away with that, Cummings. And that's an error from Apelo Maliko. He does not look happy with the ball he got. There's confirmation of the standings. Samoa in 5th. They're just 3 points behind Fiji. 1, 2, 3, 4 automatic Olympic qualifiers. USA with a lot of work to do, down on 69 points.
Here, guys.
Yeah, tons of work. They've got to work themselves up. But they're not out of contention for qualifying. They just have to be really good from this point forward.
Yeah, we've turned the corner for home, really, haven't we? Hong Kong and Singapore next, then Toulouse and London. 4 events left after this one. Here's Kayvon Williams sniping off the base, as he so often does. Thomason wants it quick. He's not going to get it because Maliko, who came up with the error before, has just absolutely bossed that breakdown and stolen possession back for his team. Thomason with the tackle there on Falaniko, and they've stolen it away, the USA. Brilliantly done. Tupuola with a hitch kick. Can he get the ball clear? Changing possession here, but he rolled one too many times. That's a penalty.
Here with me, number 7, please.
A little bit of misfortune there for the U.S. Okay. Had some momentum.
Yeah, perhaps wisely here. Mataval kicking to the sideline just to try and bring a bit of normalcy to proceedings. That was all a bit helter-skelter from both teams there.
Yeah, you're right about that. Now's the time to reset. U.S. with 24 passes. Samoa up with 8 tackles and a 62% completion rate.
And they've turned over the ball 4 times now in the game. That's what's hurting Samoa. Here's Perry Baker again, decides to kick, but it's a shorter one than he would have hoped, and now it's gone forward. You can see what he was trying to do there. Yeah, we can feel your frustration, Perry.
Yeah, he's trying to make things happen, maybe forcing it a bit. They need to let their structure do the work. They were so good in the first half when they just moved the ball from coast to coast and just let their runners run onto the ball. Big midfield runners like Steele is not in the game right now.
On the 5-meter line.
4 minutes to go, plenty of time here for Samoa to find a way back. There's 2 conversions though. Don't forget, 2 maximum scores for the USA. Can be crucial in tight games. Scrum feed for Mataval. He's also played 15-a-side rugby for Manu Samoa in a Rugby World Cup. Perry Baker with defensive duties now. Can't hold on to Owen Nue. There's Scallon at scrum half. Try score first half through the hands of Opetai to Mataval. He offloads the ball back to Opetai, but Perry Baker.
Just a high tackle.
High, said the referee, though. So it's another penalty. Apelo Maliko's going to go quickly here. It's a foot race, but getting back. Here's Malachi Esdale for the USA. Eagles done well so far, but it's into the hands of Apelo Maliko again. And he dishes the ball away. Can't find Scanlon, though, just yet. But Paul Scanlon will scoop it up and scoot in under the post for Samoa's second.
Yeah, and that was a great effort by Maliko to kick that ball down the field. He saw there was no sweeper back. And you see Esdale getting outworked. He goes to ground. And Maliko just really working until he can get that ball into the hands. Scanlon coming along, picking up the scraps. and running it in for a try.
Yeah, he used his teammate well too, didn't he? Just a little bit of protection there as he scoops it up. Tackler couldn't get there. Very wily Rugby Sevens player Paul Scanlon, his second score. And Falanico adds an extra couple. Well, we have got a game on now. 2 points the difference. 2:22 to go. Matava. He feigned to the near side. He went far side, but Baker's been lifted brilliantly by Thomason. Good work from the two experienced heads in this USA Eagles side. Through the captain Williams to Puola. He's got Maka Onufe. Here he is with the blue bandana. Great to see him back. He's missed a heck of a lot of Rugby Sevens in recent times as Maka Onufe. Double Olympian through the hands there of David Still again. Here he is. He scored that breakaway try in the first half. He's got to be careful. He doesn't want to get isolated. Really good clear out to make sure they maintain possession. That was Cummings again. Baker does well to reach out and take possession and almost gets away from Apelo Maliko. Here's Kayvon Williams now with a bit of pace. A bit of an opportunity here for the USA to find an overlap. Half break over the halfway line. Ball's clear. Onufe is alert to it. They got a penalty as well.
Yeah, and that's Aaron Cummins, who came in on the defense earlier and then ran the ball, got the team on the front foot for the U.S. Take another look here. Look at Perry Baker with the fake. He keeps his legs active, takes the ball to ground responsibly, and then the U.S. moves it out, puts themselves in a really good position to draw a penalty, and now they're in a nice way, have the set piece to work from here, line out.
Mention Aaron Cummings. How impressed have you been with him? You say former wrestler. He's really added to his game as well and is putting on an impressive performance in this crucial game.
Yeah, he's got a work rate that's, you know, beyond comprehension, and it's so awesome to watch. Young player. That's something we hopefully David Steele is okay. Don't want to see him leave the game.
Yeah, gets it. Pat on the back there for Bobby Cragston, physio, as he goes to the sideline. But USA have the ball crucially. We've got a minute to go. 2 points. The lead for the Eagles. Samoa, plenty of support for them here. Got a win so far in this game. USA looking for their first in the group. Onufe manages to bump off the defender, and a chance here for Perry Baker now for some more footwork. Onufe again. Williams. Thomason. 50 events for USA Eagles all time. Gavin Demore drives through contact. Inside the final 30 seconds now. USA have it in their hands if they can maintain possession. But Samoa, you can be sure, will work furiously to try to win the ball back. Thomason to Cummings. Zamore's there to make sure they win possession back, USA. And Kayvon Williams understands the situation. He's got a few seconds to go, and that's absolutely fine. He knows what he's doing. Smart play from the captain. Crowd might not like it, but that has sealed the deal for the USA. They have responded after that big defeat to New Zealand this morning, and they have beaten Samoa here by 14 points to 12.
Yeah, great effort by the U.S. They came out strong, and they finished strong. Smart play by Kayvon Williams. It's not always a fan favorite, but it was what it took to win that game and put them back in a confident position and in some contention to qualify for the quarters.
Yeah, Perry Baker featured. Steve Thomason featured as well. Onufe came off the bench and really impressed. We're going to go downstairs and get some reaction now. It's a special event for Steve Thomason this weekend. There he is. He's with Ken Laban.
Steve, congratulations. A milestone for you personally as well. But on top of that, it's more important for you that your team won, and that was a great win.
Yeah, it was a good win. Been a bit of a tough patch for us last weekend and then the first one this weekend. We had a pretty good heart-to-heart after the New Zealand whooping. And we just realized that our positivity needed to be in everything that we did. And, you know, things go wrong in sevens games quite often. It's about how you respond to those. So, you know, being positive and encouraging each other is massive. So we were lacking that a bit, and we got it back in that one, and you could just see by how much harder we were playing for each other.
Well, defence is built on character and resolve. 2 tries in the first half, and then great defence to hold Samoa out.
Yeah, I mean, the best sevens teams right now are the ones that play good defense. The game has evolved tremendously over the last 10 years that I've been playing. But yeah, we played some good defense in that one. Now we need to carry it into tomorrow.
Well, congratulations on your personal milestone and the win against Samoa.
Yeah, thank you so much, man.
Yeah, lovely young man. Very articulate, as you're going to hear. Steve Thomason made his debut in 2014 on the Gold Coast. As he said, a decade of excellence with the USA Eagles. And most importantly, as he also said, they get the win against Samoa. Friday night Super Session, day 1 of 3 of the HSBC Canada Sevens. We have seen some wonderful short form rugby here. Under the big top here at BC Place. And we're going to get you up to date now with the story so far in the women's competition. Vancouver, if you haven't been here, put it on your bucket list. What a place. It's a big day for Charlotte Castley. 250th match for Australia. Celebrated with a try as well. The Aussie Sevens women will no doubt feature down the stretch here in the women's competition. Great Britain and a great comeback against Fiji. 26-24. Rona Lloyd with a try. Meg Jones with the conversion. What up, Meg? Tyler Nathan Wong, milestone for her as well. 50th tournament for the Blackburn Sevens. And they're up and running and looking pretty good as well. Serafina Kemba, milestone for her too. 50 tries for France. They're 2 from 2 in pool play. The French women. And this place really did come alive when the Canadian women, the hosts, went up against the USA Eagles. It was physical. Some big hits. The USA had a bit too much. So here are the numbers in the women's competition. There you are, New Zealand, 2 from 2, plus 96 points difference. Great Britain and Fiji with 1 win apiece. Remember, top 2 automatically qualify. The best 2 third-place finishers across the 3 pools also go through. Here's the tail of the tape in Pool B. Australia and France with 2 wins each, so they're safely through to the Cup quarterfinals as well. And finally, in Pool C, in the women's competition, Ireland, what a start for them. 2 from 2 with the wins over Canada and Brazil. They'll be joined by USA. Canada still hoping to get through as the best third-place finisher into the knockouts. Super Session, day 1 of 3 HSBC Canada Sevens. Here's what coming up. We're into the men's Pool A games. New Zealand, the top seeds here. They're leading the series as things stand, up against Spain, who are trying to get to 11th spot. So plenty to play for them this weekend. Then we're into Pool D. It's Ireland against the invitational side, Chile. And then Australia will take on the host Canada. This place will come alive when they take the field. Become one of the destination on the HSBC Sevens World Series here at the HSBC Canada Sevens in Vancouver. This is just day one, of course. We've got 3 all up. All general division tickets sold out tomorrow. And we're going to move into Pool A here. Here's how it looks. The USA with that crucial win over Samoa. New Zealand got the win this morning as well. So this one is wide open and could very well go all the way down to the wire in the round 3 of pool games in the men's draw. Well, playing host again for us this weekend is Rugby Hall of Famer Gareth Reese. He's alongside Madison Hughes and ready to pick up the call. Reese, this doesn't happen by accident, does it? All these fans here having such a good time here under the big top.
Some of them too excited, left their shirts at home, Rupert.
I'm glad you didn't.
New experience for these fans. It's Friday night action. Follow all the action in World Rugby here. The HSBC World Series of Sevens. Let us know what you're doing, what you think of all the fun that's going on in Vancouver. Friday Night Lights. The Super Session lived up to his name with that first game. USA with a fantastic win. Madison, a little bit of a grin on your face after that one.
Yeah, off the comms, it's much harder to keep your composure, but so happy for the guys. I know how disappointed they were after last week, and to come and have the performance they had against New Zealand this morning, they were really gutted after that. But to bounce back, to fight back, and to have that performance they just had against Samoa, get the win in what it was such a crucial match for their season. So excited for them, and now we've got another good one coming up.
And the young are getting initiated here to the World Series Sevens by its number 1 New Zealand up against number 12 Spain. It looks like a mismatch, but there's a little bit of history between these two from a few years ago. Just before those stats start, Spain do have the 1 victory, but they had a very famous victory. Their first ever win against New Zealand was here in Vancouver, and I'm sure that's fresh on the minds of Coach Francisco Hernandez and his team, led by Jean Ramos. Dixon will